Blood and Bargains, a holiday romance novella of the Unnatural Brethren. By USA Today, best-selling author Silvana G. Sanchez. Trick or treat, my darklings? Ah, but you know me well enough by now. I always deliver both. How fitting that we meet again as autumn's veil grows thin, when shadows stretch longer, and the air itself whispers of ancient magic stirring. There's something about this season, Samhain, as those who remember the old ways call it, that draws my thoughts to December, past, to nights when winter's darkness concealed bargains that would reshape our supernatural world. You see, my darling readers, some secrets take their time surfacing. Even among those of us who love most fiercely, most completely, there are truths too dangerous to share in the moment of their making. The story I'm about to tell you came to me in fragments, whispered confessions in the safety of candlelit bedrooms, careful admissions over wine-soaked dinners, and those vulnerable moments when even the most guarded hearts crack open just enough to let light in. Or in this case, to let shadows out. It began, as so many of our tales do, with love, with desperation, with the terrible arithmetic even immortals must sometimes perform, weighing what we're willing to sacrifice against what we cannot bear to lose. Cassandra Deveraux, brilliant, stubborn, magnificently defiant Cassandra, found herself caught in just such a calculation. Picture her, if you will, during those darkest days of December, in the wake of the Deveraux' Yule soiree, bound by magic not her own, carrying a secret that could shatter reality, watching the man she adored disappear into shadows, while another's will wrapped around her wrist like golden chains. The Bear King's bracelet was beautiful, exquisite even. But beauty, as we all know, makes the most elegant of prisons. I've said too much. I was busy then with my own delicious torments. Juliet had returned to me, you see, and I was drunk on the impossible made real. We were planning escapes to Provence, stolen afternoons among lavender fields, all those small intimacies that had been denied us for centuries. I was, I confess, quite thoroughly distracted by happiness, which is why I almost missed it entirely. The magic building at Deveraux Manor was subtle at first. Shadows that lingered too long in corners, whispers that carried on windless nights, the peculiar way light seemed to bend around certain rooms. My vampire senses caught these things subconsciously, like glimpses of movement in one's peripheral vision. Concerning perhaps, but not alarming. Not yet. It wasn't until later, much later, that I discovered what Cassandra had done. What bargain she'd struck in that forgotten garden. What price she'd agreed to pay for freedom. The shadow being who'd been bound there for centuries, trapped by magic, as surely as she was, had offered her the darkest trade. Kellum. Even now, months later, the name sends ice through my immortal veins. Not because I fear him, though perhaps I should, but because I understand him. The lengths we'll go to for love. The darkness we'll embrace, if it means touching light again. You've heard whispers, I'm sure, about violet eyes appearing among our kind. Eyes that gleam with otherworldly light in certain faces, marking those who've been touched by resurrection magic. They're beautiful, those eyes, haunting, and they carry a price that's only beginning to be understood. But I'm getting ahead of myself again, aren't I? That's the trouble with having lived through the consequences. It becomes difficult to remember the sweet anticipation of not knowing how it all unfolds. So let me take you back to where it truly began. Not in the garden where the bargain was struck, but in the golden prison where desperation was born. Let me show you Cassandra as she was then, proud, trapped, and growing dangerously desperate with each passing day. Let me paint you the picture of supernatural politics at their most elegant and vicious, of love letters written in binding spells and freedom songs sung in shadow tongues. And through it all, the steady tick of fate's clock, counting down to a night when the impossible would walk among us once again. Pour yourself something warming, my darklings. Light a candle against the autumn chill. What I'm about to tell you is a story of prices paid and bargains kept, of love that transcends death itself, and magic that remembers everything we try to forget. Now comes the time for you to step into the shadows with me. Let me show you how it all began.
Chapter 1. Cassandra. They say a gilded cage is still a cage, but they never tell you how exquisite the bars can be. The Ursa brand wraps around my wrist like liquid sunlight, its magic singing through my blood. A beautiful prison I never asked for. I woke to find it there, this unexpected shackle glinting in the winter sunlight. Despite my anger, I can't help but study it. The bracelet is a masterpiece of supernatural artistry, delicate, yet strong, like captured starlight in metal. The Ursa emblem stands proud against the gold, a bear rampant, surrounded by ancient runes that shimmer with power. Tiny diamonds are embedded within the design, catching and fracturing the light in ways that seem almost alive. If I didn't know better, I'd swear I could feel a heartbeat within the metal, pulsing in time with my own. No, not a heartbeat, something deeper. An echo of emotion that isn't mine, grief so profound it makes my chest ache, loneliness that tastes like ash on my tongue. Gavriel's pain, bleeding through the binding like a wound that never heals. I jerk my hand away from the bracelet, but the sensation lingers. This is worse than I thought. The binding doesn't just control my actions, it lets his emotions seep into me, contaminating my thoughts with his sorrow. I force myself to look at it again. The delicate goldwork, the shimmer of diamonds, the artistry that went into its crafting. It would be beautiful if it weren't a cage. My phone buzzes on the nightstand, and Gavriel's name appears on the screen. The message is brief, infuriating in its simplicity. I trust you're admiring my gift, Princessa. Come see me when you're done cursing my name. That entitled, presumptuous bear, I snarl, throwing back the covers. The bracelet catches the light again, mocking me. I try to remove it, but of course it won't budge. Magic thrums beneath the metal, powerful and ancient, Gavriel's signature energy intertwined with centuries of Ursa tradition. Each rune pulses faintly as I touch it, responding to my increasingly frustrated attempts to break free. A second message appears. Don't bother trying to remove it. Some bonds are meant to be permanent. Oh, we'll see about that, I grunt out as I dress in record time, choosing a black sweater and leather pants that feel like armor. My magic crackles around me as I storm through the manor, making the crystal chandeliers chime ominously. The bracelet warms against my skin as if pleased by my display of power. That only makes me angrier. The drive to Gavriel's lair takes 20 minutes on a good day. I make it in 12, my sleek black Audi handling the aesthetic Parisian roads as if it shares my fury. The bear's territory is marked by ancient trees and even more ancient magic, wards that ripple like heat waves in the crisp morning air. They part for me without resistance, recognizing the brand that now burns beneath my skin. Gavriel's mansion emerges from the forest like something out of a dark fairy tale, all stone and shadow and old-world grandeur. The elite guards stationed at the gates straighten as I approach, their supernatural strength evident in every movement. I recognize Dima and Mikkel, two of Gavriel's most trusted warriors. They exchange a look that speaks volumes. They know exactly why I'm here. Miss Deveraux, Dima begins, his Russian accent thick with caution. Perhaps we should announce, "Get out of my way." My voice carries enough ice to freeze hell itself. Or I'll show you why bears shouldn't mess with witches. They step aside. Smart bears. The brand Gavriel placed on me apparently holds enough influence to override even their protective instincts. The thought only fuels my anger. I burst through the mansion's heavy doors, my heels clicking against marble floors like angry punctuation marks. The interior is a study in masculine luxury, all dark wood, leather, and hints of gold that remind me uncomfortably of my new accessory. The few servants I pass press themselves against walls, no doubt sensing the storm of power brewing between witch and bear. I find him in his study, because of course I do. It's where he conducts all his business, where he projects that careful image of the sophisticated businessman who just happens to be a fearsome, shape-shifting warrior. He's standing at the window, hands clasped behind his back, as if he's been waiting for me. Knowing him, he probably has been.
"Ah, my dear princessa,"
he says without turning, his deep voice sending unwanted shivers down my spine.
"I was wondering when you'd notice my gift."
Your gift? I spit the word like a curse. Is that what we're calling magical restraints these days? Now he turns, and the sight of him is like a physical blow. Gavriel Alexiv has that effect on people. It's not just his height or the obvious power contained in his broad-shouldered frame. It's the way he carries authority, the way his brown gold eyes seem to see right through every defense. He's wearing a charcoal suit that probably costs more than my car, his dark hair just this side of disheveled. He looks exactly like what he is, a predator dressed in civilization's clothing.
"A restraint?"
His lips curve into that infuriating half-smile I want to either slap or... no, definitely slap.
"I prefer to think of it as a symbol of our connection, much like an engagement ring in human terms."
An engagement ring can be removed. I snap, stalking toward him. This is more like handcuffs. His eyes darken, pupils dilating slightly as I draw near. In one fluid motion, his arm snakes around my waist, pulling me against the solid wall of his chest. I sense the rumble of his growl before I hear it, his face dipping to the curve of my neck. He inhales deeply, and I hate how my body trembles at the intimate gesture.
"We can try those if you wish."
He purrs against my skin, his breath stirring loose strands of my hair.
"Though I much prefer my mark on you like this."
His free hand traces the bracelet, sending shivers of awareness through my entire body.
"So everyone knows exactly who you belong to."
The worst part isn't his arrogance or even his presumption. It's how my traitorous body responds to his touch, to his scent of pine and winter air and primal male power. Even as my mind rages against the claiming, something deeper and more primitive recognizes the rightness of his arms around me. It's his spell, I remind myself. His magic is pulling me in, breaking my will. I belong to no one, I managed to say, but my voice sounds breathless even to my ears. You arrogant, presumptuous. I reach for my power, feeling it surge like a vengeful tide. The lights flicker, and I hear something crystal shatter somewhere in the room. Gavriel's power rises in response, and suddenly the air seems heavier, charged with primal energy that makes the hair on the back of my neck stand up. I see a flash of his bear then, not a full shift, but enough to know it's there, watching me through those feral eyes.
"Careful, little witch."
He growls, and it's not entirely human.
"You're playing with forces you don't fully understand."
Oh, I understand perfectly. I inch closer, refusing to be intimidated. You think that because some ancient tradition decided we're compatible, you can just claim me like a piece of property? Brand me like cattle? He moves then, closing the distance between us until I have to crane my neck to maintain eye contact.
"You are not cattle!"
He snarls, and now I can smell more than pine and winter air. Something wilder, his true nature bleeding through.
"You are my mate, my equal, my—"
You're nothing. The words explode out of me along with a burst of power that would have sent most supernatural beings flying. Gavriel merely rocks back on his heels, eyes blazing with fury, and is that admiration? Now, everyone. A familiar voice cuts through the tension like a knife through butter. Let's not destroy the nice furniture. We both turn to find Gavriel's enforcer, Sasha, leaning against the door frame, looking far too amused for someone witnessing a potential supernatural throwdown. And behind him, Juliet? I blink in surprise. I thought you were with Ivan. And miss this combat de magie? Juliet Deveraux glides into the room like she owns it, somehow managing to make both Gavriel and me feel like misbehaving children with a single raised eyebrow. Ma petite, There are better ways to handle marital disputes than attempting to level half the mountain. We are not married, I grind out, just as Gavriel rumbles,
Not yet.
Ah, young love, Sasha sighs dramatically. So volatile, so passionate, so likely to accidentally trigger an ancient blood feud if we don't all take a breath.
The bracelet stays.
Gavriel states, his tone making it clear this isn't up for debate. The hell it... I begin, but grandmother cuts me off. Of course the bracelet stays, she agrees, raising a hand when I start to protest. For now. It's a matter of politics as much as tradition, Cassandra. The supernatural world needs to see that the alliance between the Ursa and Deveraux is strong, especially with the current tensions. Politics? I laugh bitterly. Is that the new name for forced magical bonds?
Nothing about our bond is forced.
Gavriel growls, and the possessive note in his voice makes something low in my stomach clench.
The magic only works if there's genuine compatibility. Genuine.
His eyes rake over me in a way that makes me simultaneously furious and embarrassed.
Attraction.
Children, grandmother interrupts smoothly. Perhaps we should discuss this over lunch. Like civilized beings? Before someone, she looks pointedly at me, does something rash that we'll all regret? Too late, I mutter, but I can feel my anger banking slightly under her calm gaze. She's right, damn her. Starting a supernatural incident before coffee isn't my smartest move, no matter how justified my rage might be. Plus, I'm so hungry. I might actually bite someone, and I'm not even the bear shifter in this relationship. Excellent idea, Sasha chimes in. I believe Cook has prepared those little chocolate croissants you love, Princessa. He winks at me, using the nickname he knows I hate. Gavriel hasn't moved away, his presence still overwhelming my senses.
Join us for lunch,
He says softly, and it's not quite a command, but not quite a request either.
Let me explain properly. Please.
It's the please that does it, that tiny crack in his usual autocratic demeanor. I look down at the bracelet again, studying the way the light plays across the intricate engravings. It is beautiful, in its way. Like a gilded cage is beautiful. Fine, I finally concede. But this discussion isn't over.
It never is with you, little witch.
There's that infuriating smile again, but this time I catch something else in it. A hint of genuine warmth, of admiration for my defiance. Throwing a glance at Juliet, he adds,
It's one of the many reasons she's perfect for me.
Don't push your luck, Bear, I warn, but there's less venom in it than before. As we follow grandmother and Sasha, Gavriel's hand brushes the small of my back, a touch so light it could be accidental, except nothing about him is ever accidental. And despite myself, despite my anger and frustration and fear, I don't pull away. The bracelet captures the morning light once more, and this time, its gleam seems less like mockery and more like a question waiting to be answered, a story waiting to be written. But whether it's a romance or a tragedy remains to be seen. One thing's for certain, a meal with 2 Deveraux witches and a mighty bear king promises to be anything but boring. Chapter 2. Cassandra. The breakfast room at the Alexiev mansion is all gilt and crystal, morning sunlight streaming through floor-to-ceiling windows to dance across fine bone china and sterling silver. It's precisely the kind of ostentatious display of wealth and power I'd expect from ancient bear shifters. I'm picking at my chocolate croissant, which is admittedly divine, while trying to ignore how Gavriel's presence dominates the room from his position at the head of the table. The Palais Royal Gala isn't just another social event, grandmother says, stirring her tea with innate elegance. It's a statement. Clarissa Draken hosting such a gathering with her new position in the dragon hierarchy. She lets the implications hang in the air. Your union with Gavriel is key to maintaining balance among the older powers, Grandmother remarks pointedly. The bracelet warms against my skin at her words. How convenient, I mutter, earning a sharp look from both of them. Gavriel sets down his coffee cup with deliberate care.
The supernatural world is changing, Princessa. Old alliances are shifting. The dragons seek to consolidate their power. The vampire courts are restless since Ivan's reawakening. And the Fae...
He pauses, his jaw tightening.
Well, they're always plotting something.
And I'm supposed to play the happy bride-to-be? I challenge, meeting his golden brown gaze across the table. Smile and simper while you parade me around like a prize?
No!
He says, and something in his tone makes me still.
You're supposed to be exactly what you are. A powerful Deveraux witch and my chosen mate. Your strength is part of why you're perfect for this role.
This role? I can feel my magic stirring again, making the crystal glasses sing. Is that all this is to you? Political theater? Cassandra, Grandmother's voice carries a warning. Control yourself. But Gavriel raises a hand, his eyes never leaving mine.
Let her speak. I would rather have her fury than her false compliance.
How generous of you, I say sweetly, with enough frost to freeze the Mediterranean. Should I also publicly thank you for this lovely magical restraint? I hold up my wrist, letting the bracelet catch the light.
Yes.
He says simply, and his directness catches me off guard.
You should acknowledge it proudly. Every supernatural being at that gala will be looking for signs of weakness in our alliance. The slightest crack could trigger a power play that would destabilize everything.
The wolves are particularly restless, Grandmother adds. They see the dragon clan's merger as a threat to their territory in the east. And the dark Fae courts? She shakes her head. They've been unusually quiet lately. Too quiet. So I'm the anchor point, I say bitterly, the bridge between two ancient powers. He gets the influence of the Deveraux name to shield his people from the dragon's rise, and we gain access to centuries of Ursa magic. I pause, the truth settling like lead in my stomach. Everyone benefits from this union, except the one actually bound by it. Gavriel moves so fast I barely register it, suddenly standing behind my chair, his hands gripping the ornate backrest. I can feel the heat of him, smell that intoxicating mix of pine and power that makes my heart race, despite my anger.
You are no one's puppet.
He growls softly near my ear.
You are a Deveraux witch, descended from one of the most powerful magical lineages in Europe. And you are mine.
His finger traces the bracelet again, sending shivers down my spine.
Just as I am yours.
The gala, Grandmother interrupts smoothly, though I catch the knowing glint in her eye, will be attended by every major player in our world. Vampire covens are sending representatives. The wolf packs, the Fae courts, even some of the more controversial personalities will be there. Controversial? I managed to ask, trying to ignore Gavriel's continued proximity. Ivan has requested an invitation, she says carefully, and I sense Gavriel tense behind me.
Absolutely not.
Gavriel's voice rumbles with barely contained violence. It's not our decision to make, Grandmother reminds him. Clarissa is the host, and maintaining diplomatic relations with all factions is crucial right now. I close my eyes, remembering Ivan's last encounter with the Ursa King, the undeniable hatred between them, the spite lurking behind each cold smile. This is going to be a disaster.
No,
Gavriel says, and suddenly he's kneeling beside my chair, taking my branded wrist in his large hand.
It's going to be a triumph. Because you and I will present a united front that no one can question, because the power of our combined bloodlines is greater than any threat they might pose.
Looking into his eyes, I see something I wasn't expecting, not just determination or political calculation, but genuine faith. Faith in me, in us, In this impossible thing we're being forced to build together. Fine, I say finally. I'll play my part. But I have conditions. His lips curve into that dangerous half-smile.
Name them.
I choose my gown. No Ursa colors.
Agreed, though I expect you to wear at least one element of my house.
I glance down at the bracelet encircling my wrist, its diamonds catching the morning light. I already am, I say dryly. His smile turns wolfish.
So you are, Princessa.
The bastard. He's already won this round. I push forward, refusing to let him savor the victory. I maintain my independence in all other matters.
Within reason, and with consideration for our mutual safety.
And you never again make unilateral decisions about magical bindings without consulting me first. His expression softens slightly.
On that you have my word.
He brings my wrist to his lips, pressing a kiss to the bracelet that sends magic singing through my blood.
Though I maintain this particular decision was necessary. Thank you for accepting my invitation this morning, Juliet.
Gavriel says as he straightens, his tone shifting to something more formal.
Your timing was, as always, impeccable.
I freeze, the chocolate croissant halfway to my mouth. Invitation? My eyes narrow as I look between them. But of course, ma chère. Grandmother responds with that enigmatic smile that's won her countless supernatural negotiations. When the mighty Ursa King requests my presence to help smooth things over with my passionate granddaughter, how could I refuse? She takes a deliberate sip of her tea. Though I must say, your prediction about her reaction to the bracelet was quite accurate. You two plan this? I sputter, looking from one to the other. This whole breakfast intervention was orchestrated. Ma petite, Grandmother says gently. Did you truly think I'd suddenly appear just because I sensed you storming up the mountain? We've been discussing the gala situation for weeks. Weeks. The betrayal stings, made worse by how unsurprised I am. This is exactly the kind of political maneuvering my grandmother excels at. Gavriel settles back into his seat, and his foot presses against mine under the table.
The timing had to be perfect,
He explains, the contact now more calculating than comforting.
The bracelet, the gala announcement, bringing our families together. Nothing about this is random, Princessa.
How fortunate that I played my part so predictably, I say with saccharine sweetness, making the crystal vibrate again. Children, Grandmother interrupts, hiding what I now know is definitely a smirk behind her teacup. Perhaps we should discuss the more practical aspects. Security arrangements, arrival protocols, seating arrangements. As she launches into the minutiae of supernatural politics, I find myself studying Gavriel's profile. He's shifted closer, his knee now pressed against mine under the table instead of just his foot. The increased contact seems more deliberate. It's proprietary and presumptuous and oddly comforting. The bracelet continues to warm against my skin, reminding me of everything I'm fighting against and everything I might be fighting for. The Palais Royal Gala will either cement our future or shatter it completely. Chapter 3. Cassandra. The drive back to Deveraux Manor is heavy with unspoken words. My fingers drum against the steering wheel, the bracelet catching the afternoon light with each movement, an ever-present symbol of how thoroughly I've been maneuvered by those I trust most. Grandmother sits beside me in perfect composure, as if we're returning from a casual lunch rather than a carefully orchestrated political scheme. The silence stretches until we pass through the manor's gates, ancient magic washing over us like a cool wave. Ivan is quite excited about our plans for Provence, she says suddenly, a soft smile playing at her lips as she gazes out at the passing landscape. He's been researching small villages where we can pretend to be ordinary for a while. Lavender fields, stone cottages, that sort of romantic nonsense. There's a warmth in her voice that makes my chest tighten. But first, We're spending the weekend at my little apartment near the Luxembourg Gardens. Sometimes the simplest pleasures are the most precious. Must be nice, I mutter, gripping the steering wheel tighter, having the luxury to play at being ordinary when the rest of us are drowning in supernatural politics. You're brooding, ma petite, she says finally, as I park in front of the manor's sweeping entrance. I'm not brooding. I'm processing the fact that my own grandmother conspired with the Ursa King to manipulate me. Again, the words taste bitter, but I force them out anyway. I'm caught in the middle of whatever game you and Gabriel are playing. She doesn't respond immediately, instead leading us through the manor's carved doors and into the East Wing parlor, her favorite room for delicate conversations. Sunlight streams through the stained glass windows, casting colorful shadows across the antique furnishings. Family portraits watch us from the walls, generations of Deveraux witches who probably crafted their own political schemes. Keep up with the game, my dear, she says finally, settling into her favorite armchair with feline grace, and soon you will start playing yourself. There's something cryptic in her tone that makes me look up sharply. What do you mean? I sink into the settee across from her, studying her ageless face for clues. She smooths her silk skirt, a gesture I recognize as her, gathering thoughts. The supernatural world operates in layers, Cassandra. What appears on the surface, the galas, the alliances, the proper protocols, that's merely the stage upon which the real dance is performed. And what dance would that be? Power, of course, but power wielded wisely, subtly. Her eyes fix on my bracelet. It is unwise to quarrel so openly with the Ursa King, especially now, with the shadows growing deeper at our borders. A chill runs down my spine at her words. Have you spoken to Kellum? She asks. Kellum, our family's ancient protector, the shadow being who guards the Deveraux line, banished to the estate's forlorn garden. I have. I begin, but movement at the parlor entrance catches my attention. Ivan's distinctive energy signature brushes against my magical senses, and grandmother's expression shifts subtly. Then do as he says, she cuts me off with unusual sharpness. And remember, work in the shadows. The last word barely leaves her lips before Ivan appears in the doorway, his eternal youth belied by the severity in his eyes. He pauses, clearly sensing the gravity of our conversation.
Am I interrupting?
He asks, gaze moving between us with centuries of perception. Not at all, mon amour, Grandmother says smoothly, her entire demeanor shifting to welcome him. Cassandra and I were just discussing the gala. I'll be ready in a minute. I'll tell John to fetch my suitcase. Ivan remains silent, but I catch the look in his eyes. Whatever news he brings, it's anything but pleasant. The bracelet seems to pulse against my skin, as if responding to the tension in the room. There's something else, Ivan. Isn't there? I manage.
The vampire covens have sent word,
He says, moving to stand behind Juliet's chair. His hand rests on her shoulder in a gesture so natural, it makes my heart ache.
There's been an incident with Antoine.
The temperature in the room drops several degrees. I think of what Juliet said mere seconds ago, about the shadows growing deeper. Tell us, she commands softly, but her eyes meet mine with a meaning I'm only beginning to understand. Ivan's expression grows troubled as he settles into the chair across from them. He glances at me, clearly weighing his words.
He contacted me directly, said he needed to disappear for a while. Go underground.
Ivan runs his hand through his hair, a gesture that betrays his unease.
I'm uncertain if he meant that literally or figuratively, and that's what concerns me.
My chest tightens with familiar guilt and worry. I remember our last encounter. Antoine's desperate plea for me to reconsider, to give us another chance. The way his face had crumbled when I'd refused him, when I'd made it clear how impossible our situation had become. He didn't say why, I asked quietly, hating how my voice wavers.
Only that he needed time to think, to figure things out.
Ivan's eyes meet mine with barely concealed concern.
After our last conversation, he's been different, distant. I've been trying to reach him since, but he's gone completely silent.
The burden of responsibility settles heavily on my shoulders. Had my rejection pushed Antoine over some invisible edge? Had telling him how completely our worlds had diverged broken something fundamental in him?
The covens are asking questions.
Ivan continues carefully.
When a fledgling disappears without word, especially one with Antoine's passionate nature, it raises concerns about exposure, about what he might do while he's struggling.
Juliet's hand covers Ivan's on her shoulder, offering silent support as he navigates this delicate conversation. How long has it been since his message?
3 days.
Ivan's jaw tightens.
3 days of complete silence from someone who usually can't go 3 hours without checking in.
The Bear King's bracelet suddenly feels heavier on my wrist, its warmth now seeming less like comfort and more like a reminder of how my choices, my rejections, my acceptances ripple out to affect everyone I care about. The gala becomes even more crucial now, Juliet says, her voice resonant with the authority of someone who's navigated countless supernatural crises. Every faction will be watching, measuring strength, looking for weakness. You cannot afford to appear anything less than completely united with Gavriel. And if I can't? I ask quietly.
Then we may all pay the price.
Ivan replies, his eternal features grave. As if summoned by the dark conversation, storm clouds gather outside the parlor windows, casting the room in deeper shadow. The portraits of Deveraux witches seem to lean forward from their frames, centuries of wisdom and warning in their painted eyes. I look down at the bracelet again, watching how it catches the fading light. The fading light. It summons memories of my last reunion with the Lord of Shadows, my family's unnatural guardian, Kellum, a creature of darkness. Suddenly, an idea starts to form in the recesses of my mind. The winter solstice approaches, I murmur, more to myself than to them. The longest night, when the veil grows thin. I catch myself before saying more, but Ivan's sharp gaze has already fixed on me with that particular intensity he reserves for things that might be dangerous.
What was that about the longest night?
He asks carefully. Nothing, I deflect quickly. Just something from the old grimoires, ancient magic theory. Probably nonsense. He nods, but I see the way he files the information away, the way his vampire memory catalogs every detail that might matter later.
Anyway, we should get going.
He murmurs, pale fingers interlacing with Juliet's as she rises from her seat. I watch them move toward the parlor entrance, their centuries-old love manifest in every shared glance, every unconscious gesture of intimacy. Even with Antoine's crisis looming, they have each other. They have their Luxembourg gardens, sanctuary, their dreams of Provence lavender fields, their ability to escape when the supernatural world becomes too much. What do I have? A binding bracelet that pulses with Gavriel's magic, a pregnancy I must keep secret, and a shadow being in the garden who promises freedom at a price I don't yet understand. The irony isn't lost on me. Grandmother spent the day lecturing me about learning to play the game, about working in the shadows and wielding power subtly. Yet here she is, walking away from the very political crisis she helped orchestrate, leaving me to navigate these treacherous waters alone. Cassandra? Grandmother pauses at the doorway, some maternal instinct perhaps sensing my inner turmoil. Remember what we discussed. The rules of the game are different for those of us who can't simply disappear to romantic hideaways when things get complicated. I finish, surprising myself with the steel in my voice. She studies me for a long moment, and I see something shift in her expression, a flicker of approval, perhaps even pride. Très bien, ma petite. You're learning already. They leave me sitting in the parlor, afternoon sunlight still streaming through the stained glass windows, splashing ruby and sapphire shadows across polished wood. But something has changed in the quality of the light. Or perhaps in me. I rise from the settee and walk to the window that faces the estate's eastern border. The bracelet pulses as I move, and with it comes that now familiar ache, not my own, but his. Gavriel's grief, seeping through the binding like water through cracked stone. It's been growing stronger, this emotional bleed-through. I can't help but wonder whose sorrow weighs heaviest on my heart, mine for Dristan, or his for the woman he lost. I press my palm against the cool glass, trying to ground myself in physical sensation rather than this secondhand mourning. But the bracelet warms, insistent, dragging another wave of his loneliness through our unwanted connection. Longing sharp as broken glass. Aching emptiness that makes my chest constrict in sympathetic pain. I hate how it tangles with my own grief, his mourning for Luciana twisting around my longing for Dristan until I can't tell where his sorrow ends and mine begins. Two people, bound by magic, drowning in loss for loves we cannot have. How twisted that the very binding meant to control me has become a conduit for his deepest pain. Every time he reinforces the magic, every time he thinks of her, I feel the echoes of his breaking heart. And pain this profound, that has power. Somewhere out there, beyond the formal grounds and ancient hedgerows, lies a forgotten garden where Kellum waits. Grandmother's words echo in my mind. Work in the shadows. Maybe she's right. Maybe it's time I stopped being a pawn in everyone else's game and started playing my own. After all, if the shadows are growing deeper at their borders, maybe it's time to make allies in the dark. Chapter 4. Cassandra. The full moon hangs like a silver coin outside my study window, its light turning the manor's grounds into a landscape of sharp shadows and pale stone. My fingers trace anxious patterns against the glass as I stare out at the ancient oak where my grandmother Annette once hung charms to ward off enemies. Those protections feel fragile tonight. As fragile as the treaties that barely hold our supernatural world together. The binding bracelet pulses against my wrist in rhythm with my heartbeat, or perhaps my pulse has synchronized to its magic. With each throb, heat races up my arm, recalling promises unmade and vows unspoken. Behind me, the study doors slide open without so much as a knock. Golden light from the hallway spills across the Persian rug. I don't need to turn around to know who fills the doorway. The air itself changes when he's near, charged with something wild that makes my skin prickle and the bracelet burn brighter. Gavriel's reflection appears in the window glass, distorted and imposing. Even on the warped surface, his presence dominates the room. "What do you want, Gavriel?" I growl, not hiding my disdain for this man who has invaded my life and my family's ancestral home. In the dim light, his eyes glow with a primal fire that frightens and arouses me, though I will never admit it to him. He prowls closer, his every step echoing like thunder in my heart.
"You know why I'm here, Cassandra."
He purrs in a tone made for sin.
"I'm here for what is mine."
He growls, a deep rumble that sends shivers down my spine. "I'm not a possession," I say, my voice steadier than I feel. "You can't just take me," I defy him, despite the fire igniting low in my belly. Gavriel steps closer, enveloping me in his musky scent of pine and beastly power. His large, warm hand cups my waist, sending chills through my body as he pulls me back against his rock-hard chest.
Oh, can't I?
He whispers against my ear, capturing my chin before he roughly takes my lips in a searing kiss. His warm tongue invades my mouth, plundering me as if he owns me. His free hand roams across my breasts, then slides lower, tracing fire along my skin. Moans escape my lips as I respond to his kisses and touches, betraying my body's desire for him. Breaking the kiss, Gabriel growls in my ear.
I will have you, Cassandra. I will have every inch of your delicious body.
He grabs my waist and, in one quick move, flips me around, facing the desk. Possessively, his hand glides from the small of my back up my spine and lowers me, bending me over. I moan, trying to say no, even though my body is singing a different tune. My legs tremble with need and anticipation as he grinds against me, his hardness pressing against my aching core.
This union isn't just about clan politics.
He says roughly in my ear before he nips at my neck, making me shudder.
It's about this.
He growls, grinding against me even more.
Gabriel.
I moan, my resolve crumbling like sand under his expert touch and the way his massive arousal teases my entrance. His hands move up my thighs, causing goosebumps to rise on my skin as he hooks his fingers in the damp lace of my underwear. With a harsh tug, he rips them apart, leaving me bare and vulnerable.
You're so ready for me.
He rumbles, voice thick with desire, as he trails his touch along me, eliciting a gasp from my lips.
From now on, no one else but me will be here.
He growls possessively, moving in rhythm with his words.
You once said I meant to dominate you.
He continues, taunting me with his nearness.
I said I would, if you wanted me to.
A stuttered breath escapes him.
So, do you want me to dominate you?
Yes.
I gasp out, unable to lie to him, to myself, any longer. He's the only man to ever make me feel this way, so wanton and needy. His fist tugs at my hair with primal need.
Louder.
He purrs, his breath hot against my ear. His other hand grabs my hip harshly as he positions himself at my entrance. Yes, I manage, aching for him to take me, to claim me as his and his alone. With one powerful motion, Gabriel pulls me closer, claiming every part of me. I cry out in a rush of pleasure and ache as the world narrows to his touch.
Mine.
He growls, moving with fierce intent.
You're mine.
Yes, yours, I pant out, my nails digging into the wooden desk for support. A wild need takes over us both as Gabriel claims me with untamed hunger, slamming into me with a ferocity I never knew existed. Arching my back, I move with him, matching his rhythm.
Gabriel.
I moan his name like a mantra as I reach the edge of climax, my body afire with unparalleled heat. I can't finish my sentence as he meets me with one last, powerful surge, and sheer ecstasy rocks through every fiber of my being.
Cassandra!
He roars out my name like a battle cry as he shatters with me, marking me as his own. We both tremble and convulse in the aftermath, our ragged breaths the only sound in the room. Slowly, Gabriel lifts me into his arms bridal style.
You're mine now, princessa.
He says darkly, but with an underlying vulnerability in his voice that makes my heart clench.
You will always be mine.
Oh, gods, I moan, shivering as waves of pleasure ripple through my being. Oh, gods. My eyes snap open. I'm lying in bed, panting, sweat breaking through my skin. The dreams are getting worse. I can still feel his warmth pressed on my skin, his scent permeating the air. Gavriel's brand has spread through me, the vilest magic, impossible to resist. Each day, the thought of breaking his powerful spell becomes weaker, my will succumbing to the mighty Ursa King. I sit up in bed, and without thinking, grab my robe and fasten it quickly. I've had enough. This cannot wait a minute longer, I murmur as I march out of the room. The corridors of Deveraux Manor stretch before me like dark arteries, each shadow holding memories of ancestors who faced their own impossible choices. My bare feet make no sound on the ancient stones as I move through my family's seat of power, past portraits of Deveraux witches who wore their own chains, who made their own bargains with forces beyond mortal understanding. The magical symptoms of my pregnancy that have plagued me seem distant now, overwhelmed by the urgency driving me forward. The Bear King's binding magic pulses with each heartbeat, a rhythm that's no longer entirely my own. Soon, I know, even these moments of clarity will fade. Soon, I'll want the dreams, crave them, beg for them. Unless I act tonight. The forgotten garden waits at the edge of the estate, where moonlight and shadow dance between overgrown hedges, where ancient promises wait to be kept and new ones made, where a shadow being bound by love and duty might offer the one thing I need most. Freedom from a beautiful cage, no matter the cost. Chapter 5. Cassandra. I'm ready. Let's do this. Leaves crunch beneath my feet as I make my way deeper into the garden. Moonlight filters through centuries-old oak branches, casting strange patterns on the overgrown path. This place was beautiful once. I can see it in the weathered cherub statues, peering through tangles of ivy, in the crumbling stone archways that once framed formal rose gardens. Now nature has reclaimed it all, turning what was once the pride of Deveraux Manor into something wild and forgotten. Something that belongs more to shadow than light. My hand trails along a moss-covered wall as I walk, the Bear King's bracelet catching the wan moonlight. Even here, in this forsaken place, Gavriel's binding burns against my skin, an insistent reminder of what I've come to do. The path opens to a circular clearing, and my breath catches. At its center stands the ancient fountain, its basin wide as a small pond. The moon's glow dances across the dark water's surface, creating illusions of movement in its depths. And there, perched on the fountain's stone rim like some otherworldly sentinel, is Kellum. He doesn't look up as I approach, his attention fixed on the water as though reading secrets in its ripples. The deepest longing surfaces in his amethyst eyes. There one instant, gone the next. But that's not all that changes in the Deveraux's fiercest guardian. His form seems to shift between solid and shadow, never quite settling into either state. Soundlessly, I move closer until I stand behind him. In the water's reflection, I catch glimpses of what he might have been centuries ago, before the binding, before the garden became his prison. A wave of nausea rolls through me, though whether from the pregnancy or his unnatural presence, I can't tell. I steady myself against a weathered stone bench, dried leaves crackling under my palm. Only then does he speak, his voice carrying echoes of ages past.
You're back, seeking to break what cannot be broken.
The Ursa binding is old magic, I say, fingers trailing over the bracelet that is hot on my skin. But it's not the oldest magic, is it? Shadows coalesce into something almost human-shaped. Almost. Kellum moves through the overgrown roses, their petals withering in his wake. The garden has been his prison ever since last Samhain, yet he wears it like a crown.
Your grandmother grows jealous. She would be furious if she knew you were here.
He muses, his form rippling like smoke in moonlight.
The Deveraux witches hold long memories and longer grudges.
A knowing smirk curls the corner of his lips. I'm not here to talk about old grudges. My voice comes out stronger than I feel. I've made up my mind. I'm ready to accept your help. The temperature drops so suddenly that my breath fogs in the air. Kellum's form solidifies just enough to reveal eyes that glow with an impossible violet light.
My help?
The word seems to echo through the garden.
You dabble with forces that could shatter your soul, young witch. The price.
I know there's always a price. I cut him off, one hand instinctively moving to my stomach. But I also know you have powers beyond what the grimoire teaches. Powers that could break this binding. He drifts closer. The shadows of his not-quite-form brush against my cheek, cold as grave dirt.
And what would you offer in exchange?
His laugh holds no humor.
You carry new life within you, yet you seek alliance with death's domain. Perhaps it is not your grandmother's fury I should worry about, but Dristan's.
The mention of my child's father sends a jolt through me. I force myself to meet those violet eyes. I have a plan, I say, one that could benefit us both. The magic I seek, it would give you something you want as well. Kellum is silent for a long moment, his form shifting between shadow and substance.
Tell me,
He says finally, and the garden itself seems to lean in to listen. I take a deep breath, knowing that once these words leave my lips, there will be no turning back. You want your freedom from this place. I know the stories, how you've been bound here by Deveraux magic for centuries, now unable to leave the garden's borders.
Continue.
The same magic that binds you could be redirected. If I were to perform a resurrection, bring someone back from the dead, the power required would be enough to shatter your bonds as well. His tigerish eyes flare with interest.
Resurrection magic, dangerous, costly. And who, pray tell, would you resurrect?
Gavriel's lost mate, Luciana. The shadows around him seem to writhe with excitement. Kellum goes perfectly still, his otherworldly form solidifying as he stares at me with something approaching awe.
The Ursa King's beloved.
He murmurs finally.
Dead barely a year, yet he mourns as though it were decades. And you think bringing her back would?
Understanding dawns across his features, followed by something I didn't expect. Genuine admiration.
Ah. You think his gratitude would be enough to free you willingly from his binding?
A slow smile spreads across his face, terrible and beautiful.
Ma douce ténèbres, I confess myself impressed. In all my centuries bound to this garden, watching your family's magic, I have never seen such audacity. Most would seek to break a binding through force or trickery. You propose to break it through love.
I know it would work. My voice carries absolute conviction. Gavriel has mourned her loss so deeply. If I could give her back to him, he would release me without question.
And in the process, the resurrection magic would tear through the wards, keeping me imprisoned here.
Kellum's smile is a terrible sight to behold, but also devastating and beautiful.
Clever little witch. But do you understand what you're truly proposing? Resurrection magic leaves marks on those who wield it. You would be changed. Forever.
His voice is gentle, holding both warning and challenge. I think of the dreams, of Gavriel's binding growing stronger each day, of my unborn child who deserves a mother free to love who she chooses. What kind of marks?
Those who traffic with death magic bear violet eyes as proof of their bargain. A sign to all that they have touched the realm beyond the veil.
Violet eyes. Like his own. Like Juliet's. I shudder but don't back down.
Your eyes will not change, ma douce pénombre.
Kellum says softly, reading my thoughts.
The violet light only dwells in those touched by its devastating power. But your change,
His expression grows serious.
that change will come from within. It will reshape you forever. You will see death differently, feel its presence like a whisper in your bones. The boundary between life and what lies beyond will never be solid for you again.
A thoughtful pause follows.
Not even Juliet herself dared to conjure such means when the time came to secure her return. There's more.
Kellum continues, his voice dropping to barely a whisper.
Resurrection magic requires components, dark magic of the deepest kind, and a connection to the one being brought back.
What kind of connection?
Someone who loved them in life. Someone whose grief and longing can serve as the bridge between worlds.
His eyes fix on mine with predatory intensity.
The Ursa King's pain would serve perfectly, but he must offer it willingly. The magic won't work if he doesn't choose to give his grief as fuel for the spell.
My mind races. Getting Gavriel to participate without revealing my true plan would be nearly impossible. Unless, what if he doesn't know what he's taking part in? Kellum's expression shifts to something calculating, almost pleased.
The binding bracelet you wear, it's connected to him, yes? Threaded with his essence, his magic, his very soul.
I touch the warm metal on my wrist, feeling it pulse in response. Yes, it's always there. His presence, his emotions bleeding through.
Then you already carry what we need.
His smile is sharp, terrible.
The bracelet holds more than his claim on you. It holds his grief, the desperate howling anguish of a man who's lost everything that mattered. Every time he's touched it, every time he's reinforced the binding, he's poured that mourning into the magic.
Understanding dawns, cold and certain. I've been feeling it, his pain bleeding through the connection, his grief for her, twisting around my sorrow until I can barely tell them apart.
Precisely.
Kellum's violet eyes gleam in the moonlight.
That's the nature of such desperate magic. It reveals what the caster tries hardest to hide. His love for the one he lost, his longing, his breaking heart, all of it saturating the binding that links you to him.
The bracelet suddenly feels heavier, warmer, less than a week. That's how long I've worn this shackle, and already I wake at night tangled between his grief and his desire, drowning in sorrow one moment, burning with unwanted passion the next, his mourning or his hunger.
On the winter solstice, when the veil is thinnest, I'll draw from that connection.
Kellum continues.
His sorrow, freely given through the binding, will be your bridge between worlds.
He'll never know, I whisper.
Not unless you tell him. To him it will simply be another night wearing his binding, another day of mourning what he cannot have. But his grief.
Kellum's hand moves through the air like he's tracing invisible threads.
Will reach across death itself and pull her back to the living.
A chill runs through me. Is it dangerous? For him, I mean.
Dangerous. The magic could consume him instead of channeling through him. Or
Kellum's expression grows contemplative.
Or it could tether him to the resurrection in ways that might prove useful.
Useful how?
Those who help fuel resurrection magic become connected to both the caster and the one brought back. A bond deeper than blood, stronger than most forms of magic.
His smile turns predatory.
If something were to happen to the one who performed the resurrection, those bonds could transfer to whoever holds power over them.
The implications hit me like ice water. You mean you could control Gavriel?
Or Luciana.
He says simply.
Or both, if circumstances required it. The bonds work in fascinating ways, ma douce ténèbres.
You're talking about my death. I all but gasp.
I'm talking about insurance.
Kellum corrects smoothly.
For both of us. The magic we're discussing is dangerous, little witch. If it goes wrong, if you're discovered, if the other supernatural powers decide to intervene, having the Ursa King bound to our cause would be valuable protection.
I look down at the bracelet again, its weight like chains around my soul. Every day I delay, it grows stronger. Soon I won't want to break free. I'll want to submit completely to Gavriel's will. The winter solstice approaches, I venture. Dark delight glints in his eyes.
The longest night.
He says approvingly.
When death's grip is strongest and life retreats to its deepest hiding places, the perfect time for calling souls back from the realm of shadows. They are drawn to the light of life most powerfully when darkness reigns supreme. That gives us 3 weeks to prepare.
3 weeks. I can feel the binding's influence growing stronger already. In 3 weeks, will I still have the will to go through with this? I need guarantees, I say finally. If I do this, if I help you break free and bring back Luciana, you swear you'll help me break Gavriel's binding.
I swear it,
He says, and I sense otherworldly power as it settles around us like a covenant written in starlight.
but I require the same from you, Cassandra Deveraux. Swear to me that you will perform this magic, that you will give me my freedom, no matter the cost.
I think of Dristan, wherever he is, fighting his own battles, of our child growing inside me, of a future where I'm free to choose my own path. I swear it. The words sail through my lips like a tolling bell, and the garden shudders with the force of oaths made and fate sealed. Kellum's form grows more solid, more real, as though my promise has fed his power.
Then it begins, little witch. The resurrection of those who have passed, the freeing of the bound, and the rewriting of destinies that have stood unchanged for centuries.
He extends his hand, no longer shadow, but flesh and bone made manifest through our agreement.
Shall we discuss the particulars of tearing souls from the realm of the dead?
I take his hand, and the cold of his touch burns through me like winter fire. The bargain is struck. The die is cast. And in 3 weeks' time, on the longest night of the year, I will either claim my freedom or damn myself trying.
Chapter 6. Ivan. There are moments in an immortal's existence when happiness seems so fragile I'm afraid to breathe too deeply, lest it shatter like morning frost. I discover this truth as I trace lazy patterns on Juliet's bare shoulder, watching the afternoon light play across her skin like liquid gold. We're tangled in silk sheets at her private apartment on Rue Guillemet, where floor-to-ceiling windows frame the Luxembourg Gardens, having spent the better part of 3 days lost in each other. 3 days of whispered confessions, shared secrets, and the kind of intimacy that makes centuries feel like mere heartbeats. I'm planning our escape to Provence. Lavender fields stretching to the horizon, small villages where we can play at being an ordinary couple, for a while. Tell me again about the cottage, Juliet murmurs against my chest, her accent making even the simplest words sound like poetry. Stone walls, covered in climbing roses, I say, my voice warm with affection. A kitchen where I can attempt to cook for you, though we both know it will be a disaster. Gardens where you can grow your herbs, and a bedroom with windows that face the morning sun. Though we'll keep the curtains drawn. Her laugh vibrates through my chest, and I think I could live off that sound alone. You paint a lovely picture, mon coeur. When do we leave? Next week if you wish it. I've already spoken to my lawyer about managing my business interests. A ripple in the air cuts through my words, so subtle I almost miss it. My enhanced vampire senses prick with sudden unease, like a discordant note in a symphony. Ivan? Juliet lifts her head, reading the tension that suddenly seized my body. What is it? I sit up, my preternatural hearing straining. Did you feel that? The magic around the manor. Something's wrong. She frowns, her considerable powers reaching out to test the supernatural currents that flow around her ancestral home. I sense nothing unusual. The wards are strong. The protection's intact. But my senses are sharper than most. Centuries of survival have honed them to detect the slightest anomaly. And there it is again. A whisper of wrongness, like shadows moving where no light should cast them. Perhaps it's nothing, I concede, not wanting to spoil our perfect afternoon. But I have a bad feeling about this. Juliet studies my face with the knowing gaze of someone who's loved me across lifetimes. You're concerned about Cassandra. It's not a question. She knows me too well. The girl has been through enough, I say carefully. The Ursa binding, the political pressures, that business with Gavriel. I don't mention what my preternatural senses picked up at the manor, power coiling in the shadows, setting every survival instinct on edge. Some dangers are best left unspoken, even between lovers. She's stronger than you give her credit for. Juliet traces the line of my jaw with gentle fingers. And she's not alone. The entire supernatural community is watching over her. That's what worries me. My gaze finds hers, 300 years of vigilance warring with 3 days of bliss. Too many eyes, too many interests. When powerful beings focus on one person, it rarely ends well. A soft chime from my phone interrupts us, a message from my assistant about business matters that suddenly seem trivial compared to the unease crawling beneath my skin. But as I reach for the device, another wave of wrongness washes over me, stronger this time. Magic stirs within Deveraux Manor's walls. Old magic, dangerous magic. And Juliet, distracted by happiness and our rekindled romance, doesn't sense it at all. We should check on her, I say, already moving to dress. Ivan. Her voice carries just enough command to stop me. Cassandra is a grown woman, capable of handling her affairs. You're not responsible for protecting every Deveraux witch who draws breath. Aren't I? The words come out sharper than intended, but the sensation grows stronger with each passing moment. Something is building in that manner, something that sets off my preternatural alarm bells. She rises from the bed with fluid grace, wrapping a silk robe around herself. What aren't you telling me, mon amour? This isn't just concern for Cassandra's well-being. I could tell her about the peculiar way light seems to bend around certain rooms at the manor, or how the air itself feels heavier when I visit. But knowledge is dangerous, and she's finally happy. After centuries of separation, she's planning a future with me again. Old habits, I say instead, pulling on my shirt. 300 years of protecting your family line doesn't simply vanish because we're planning romantic getaways. It's not entirely a lie, but it's not the whole truth either. Juliet moves to the window, looking out toward her family's estate. The magic around Deveraux Manor has always been complex. Layers upon layers of spells and protections accumulated over generations. What you're sensing might simply be the natural ebb and flow of such ancient power. Perhaps. But even as I agree, another pulse of unease washes over me. This time, it carries the faint scent of winter air, and something else. Something that reminds me of graveyards at midnight. My phone chimes again, now with a message from one of my information networks. Vampire safe houses across Europe have been quiet lately. Too quiet. Supernatural politics are shifting in ways that make even the oldest among us nervous. Storms are headed our way, I murmur, more to myself than to her. I can feel them gathering. Then we face them together. She moves to stand beside me, her hand finding mine. As we always have. But as we stand there, watching the twilight light fade toward evening, my vampiric senses continue to pick up those subtle signals emanating from Deveraux Manor. Magic is brewing, magic with purposes I don't yet understand. And Cassandra, young and powerful and dangerously naive about the true depths of supernatural politics, is at the center of it all. We should return to the manor, I say finally. If there are storms coming, better to face them from a position of strength. Juliet nods, though I catch the flicker of disappointment in her eyes. Our perfect weekend is over. Sacrifice to duty and ancient responsibilities neither of us can escape. Whatever magic is building at Deveraux Manor, whatever bargains are being struck in the midnight hours, I have a feeling we're all going to pay a price for not seeing it sooner. The cottage in Provence will have to wait. Some shadows, I've learned, grow darker the longer you look away. Chapter 7. Ivan. Yesterday's restlessness still crawls beneath my skin as I make my way through Deveraux Manor's familiar corridors. Juliet insisted on returning to her chambers early this afternoon, claiming she needed to catch up on family correspondence. But I suspect she's simply giving me space to investigate whatever's been troubling my vampire senses. I find Cassandra in the blue salon, curled in the window seat with a leather-bound book in her lap and a cup of tea growing cold on the side table. Twilight streaming through the glass catches the gold threads in her binding bracelet, making it gleam like a beautiful shackle. She looks up as I enter, and I'm struck by how much older she seems than when I first met her. Not in years, but in the burden she carries behind those storm-grey eyes.
Ivan,
She says, closing the book and setting it aside.
I wasn't expecting you today. Shouldn't you be planning romantic escapes with Juliet?
We have time for romance later, I say, settling into the chair across from her. Right now, I'm more concerned about you. How are you holding up under all this political pressure? She laughs, but there's no humor in it.
You mean aside from being magically bound to a man I don't love while the supernatural world watches every move I make? Quite well, thank you.
The bitterness in her voice is sharper than usual, and I lean forward slightly. Cassandra, if there's anything troubling you, anything beyond the obvious, you know you can speak to me. Freely. For a moment, something flickers across her face. Calculation, perhaps, or the look of someone weighing how much truth they dare reveal. Then she picks up her teacup and takes a sip, using the moment to compose herself.
Actually, I've been wondering about Antoine.
She says, her tone carefully casual.
After what you told us the other day about his situation, I can't help but worry. Have you heard anything more?
I study her face, noting the way genuine concern wars with something else in her expression. Nothing, I admit, and watch her shoulders tense. He's gone completely silent. Even the usual channels have no word of him. I tilt my head with a frown. Cassandra, you know this isn't your fault.
Isn't it?
She sets down her teacup with more force than necessary.
Our last conversation was brutal. I told him there could never be anything between us again. What if I pushed him to do something reckless?
Antoine made his own choices long before that conversation, I point out gently. She looks out the window, and I catch the faint shimmer of unshed tears.
I keep thinking about what you said, about exposure, about what he might do while he's struggling. If something happens to him, or if he does something that brings attention to your kind.
Her voice trails off. She presses her fingertips to the glass, leaving faint marks that fade almost instantly.
We've all been scattered lately, haven't we?
She continues, turning back to me.
Antoine disappeared, Nicholas touring Europe, even you and grandmother disappearing for days at a time. Sometimes I feel quite alone in this great house.
There's loneliness in her voice, yes, but also something else, a kind of restless energy that makes my instincts prickle. You're hardly alone, my dear. The staff adores you. Gabriel visits regularly, and Juliet
Is wonderfully distracted by her rekindled romance.
Cassandra interrupts gently.
Which is as it should be. You've both waited far too long for happiness.
The way she says it makes me pause. There's an odd gravity to her words, as if she's speaking from some distant perspective rather than her current situation.
Speaking of waiting,
She continues, gazing out the window once more.
I've been thinking about fate lately. How immutable it seems, how inevitable. Most people accept that certain things simply cannot be changed.
And you don't agree? She faces me, and there's something almost ancient in her expression despite her youth.
I think fate is more malleable than we're taught to believe. The question is whether we're brave enough or desperate enough to attempt altering its course.
A chill runs down my spine. That's dangerous thinking, Cassandra. Magic that tampers with fate rarely ends well.
Oh?
She tilts her head, studying me with unsettling intensity.
You and grandmother are living proof that sometimes the impossible can be made possible. Love, separated by centuries, reunited against all odds. Some might call that defying fate itself.
That's different.
Is it?
She leans forward, her voice dropping to barely above a whisper.
Tell me, Ivan, if you could change something fundamental about the past, something that caused immeasurable pain to someone you cared about, would you attempt it, even knowing the price might be higher than you could afford?
The question hangs in the air between us like a challenge. I think of all the centuries I spent apart from Juliet, of the pain that separation caused us both. Would I have risked everything to change that history? Hypothetically, I ask carefully.
Of course.
But there's nothing hypothetical about the sharpness in her eyes. The price of such magic is always higher than anticipated, I say slowly. Those who attempt to rewrite fate often find themselves bound by consequences they never imagined. Ancient magic demands ancient sacrifices. She nods as if this confirms something she already knows.
But sometimes the reward is worth any price. Sometimes love, or justice, or simply the chance to right an old wrong matters more than personal safety.
Cassandra,
Hypothetically,
she says again, but now she's standing, moving toward the door, with a grace that reveals supernatural power barely contained.
thank you for the conversation, Ivan. It's always illuminating to discuss philosophy with someone who truly understands the weight of centuries.
I watch her go, my vampire senses picking up the lingering traces of magic that seem to cling to her these days. Not just her own, but something older, darker, like shadows given substance. The book she was reading lies forgotten on the window seat, and I move to examine it. Ancient Practices of Temporal Magic. The pages fall open to a chapter on resurrection spells, the margins filled with careful notes in Cassandra's precise handwriting. Notes about binding circles, about shadows that serve, about prices paid in violet light. My blood runs cold as understanding crashes over me. She's not just thinking about changing fate. She's actively researching how to do it. And if the magical disturbances I've been sensing are any indication, she may be closer to success than anyone realizes. I think of powerful magic building in forgotten corners of the manor, of shadow beings bound to serve witch bloodlines, of desperate young women who've run out of conventional options. Cassandra Deveraux is planning something that will shake the foundations of our supernatural world, something that involves bringing back what was lost, regardless of the cost. And I have a feeling we're all going to pay the price for not stopping her while we still could. The cottage in Provence suddenly seems very far away indeed.
Chapter 8. Cassandra. An hour before Keisner's arrival, I lit the dragon's blood incense with trembling fingers, the rich scent of amber and vanilla filling the study and its adjacent parlor, the blue salon, as wisps of protective smoke curled toward the ceiling. The familiar ritual calmed my nerves. Dragon's blood has always been my favorite for warding off supernatural eavesdropping, and today's conversation will require absolute privacy. Now, as I watch Keisner settle into the wingback chair across from me, I'm transported back to another afternoon, another difficult conversation. We were 16 then, standing in this very room after old Magistrate Rothschild's funeral. The warlock's death had drawn every major supernatural family in Europe to pay their respects, or more accurately, to assess how his passing might shift the delicate balance of power. "Look at them all," Keisner had murmured, his voice carrying that particular blend of cynicism and wisdom that made him seem far older than his 16 years. We stood near the windows, watching the crowd of mourners mill about the reception. Vultures in designer suits, every last one of them. They're already calculating how to carve up Rothschild's territory. I'd followed his gaze across the room, noting the subtle alliances and enmities playing out in the positioning of various family heads. "The supernatural world has always been this way," I'd replied. "Grandmother says politics is just war by other means." "Your grandmother is wise." His expression had grown serious as he turned to face me fully. "Which is why you need to understand something, Cassie. We're surrounded by people who would sell us for the right price, who see us as nothing more than useful connections or potential threats. But whatever happens, whatever our families decide our futures should be, You'll always have me watching out for you." The earnestness in his young face had taken my breath away. "Kaisner, I mean it," he'd insisted, taking my hands in his with a solemnity that seemed almost ceremonial. "When the moment comes to claim our legacies, and it will come sooner than we'd like, remember that you have at least one person in this world who sees you for who you are, not what you represent. I swear it, Cassandra Deveraux. No matter what challenges arise, you won't be on your own." The memory hits me with unexpected force as I watch him now, those same perceptive eyes taking in every detail of my face, my posture, the way my hands had shaken slightly as I poured the tea, years later, and he's still keeping that promise, still watching out for me, still seeing past the political maneuvering to the person underneath. If only I could tell him how desperately I need that protection now.
"Paris seems to agree with you more than America ever did.
He says with that charming smile I remember from our youth.
You do look radiant, although I sense
His expression grows more serious as he studies my face.
something is weighing on you, Cass.
The childhood nickname nearly undoes me. When was the last time someone called me that? When was the last time someone looked at me and saw the girl I used to be, rather than the political pawn I've become? I haven't been sleeping well, I admit, handing him the delicate Sèvres cup. The Bear King's bracelet catches the afternoon light, and I see his gaze flick to it with professional interest.
Nightmares?
His tone is careful, measured, the voice he uses when negotiating delicate black market deals. I nearly laugh at the understatement. Nightmares would be a relief compared to the dreams Gavriel's binding sends me. Dreams where I beg for his touch, where I submit willingly to his every demand, where I wake aching with need for a man who's stolen my freedom. Something like that, I murmur instead, settling back with my own tea. Kaisner studies me with those penetrating maroon eyes that miss nothing.
You mentioned shadow beings when you called. That's not exactly light conversation material.
Straight to the point, as always. It's one of the things I've always appreciated about our friendship. No games, no dancing around difficult subjects, just honest discourse between equals. Though I suppose years of controlling Europe's supernatural underworld have only sharpened that directness. I need to understand them, I say, choosing my words carefully, their nature, their capabilities, their weaknesses.
Their weaknesses?
He leans forward slightly, concern flickering across his aristocratic features.
Cassandra, what exactly are you planning?
The question hangs between us like a sword. How do I explain that I'm already past the planning stage? That I've made promises to an ancient shadow being bound in our forgotten garden? That in less than 3 weeks, I'll either be free or damned? Quite possibly both? Nothing dramatic, I lie smoothly. I simply want to be prepared. Knowledge is power, as you always taught me. A ghost of a smile crosses his lips at the reference to our childhood lessons. When other children were playing with dolls or toy soldiers, Kaisner and I were trading magical theories and forbidden knowledge gleaned from our family's extensive libraries.
Indeed it is. But shadow beings are complicated, Cassie. They exist in the spaces between life and death, bound by different rules than the magic we practice.
He carefully puts down his teacup.
Why the sudden interest?
Because one lives in my garden. Because I've already sworn to help free it in exchange for bringing back the dead. Because every day I delay, Gavriel's binding grows stronger, and soon I won't even want to escape it. Academic curiosity, I say instead, hoping the dragon's blood incense is doing its job of muffling the lie. Kaisner's expression suggests he's not entirely convinced, but he knows me well enough not to press when I'm being evasive. Instead, he launches into what I suspect is a carefully edited lecture on shadow beings, their origins in primordial darkness, their hunger for life energy, their ability to manipulate the boundary between worlds.
The most dangerous aspect,
He says, his voice taking on the tone of someone who's seen too much darkness.
is their talent for making bargains that seem beneficial, but carry hidden costs. They're consummate manipulators, Cassie. Masters of showing you exactly what you want to see, while concealing the true price of their aid.
My throat tightens as I think of Kellum's violet eyes, his promises of freedom, the way he'd read my desperation so easily. What kind of costs?
Spiritual corruption, physical transformation, the loss of one's essential humanity.
His gaze sharpens.
They leave marks on those who bargain with them. Violet eyes that glow with otherworldly light, an inability to tolerate certain types of holy magic, a gradual disconnection from the living world.
Violet eyes, just like Kellum's, just like Juliet's. Hypothetically, I say carefully, if someone were already marked by shadow magic, would that make them more susceptible to a shadow being's influence? The silence stretches so long, I wonder if he's going to answer. Finally, he sets his teacup aside and fixes me with a look I remember from childhood, the one that meant he was about to say something I needed to hear, but wouldn't want to.
Cassandra,
He says quietly,
you're my oldest friend. We've known each other since we were children, stealing forbidden books from our grandparents' libraries. So when I tell you that shadow magic is not the answer to whatever problem you're facing, I need you to trust me.
You don't know what problem I'm facing, I point out, though my voice lacks conviction.
Don't I?
He gestures toward the bracelet burning against my wrist.
You're bound to a man you don't love, trapped in a political alliance that serves everyone's interests but your own. The magic is affecting your dreams, your thoughts, your very sense of self. And now you're asking about shadow beings, with the kind of specific interest that suggests you've already made contact with one.
The accuracy of his assessment leaves me breathless. Sometimes I forget how perceptive Keisner can be when he focuses that considerable intellect on a problem. Even if that were true, I say carefully, what would you suggest? That I simply accept my fate, submit to Gavriel's will and abandon any hope of freedom?
I would suggest you trust the people who care about you to help find alternatives.
His voice carries a note of hurt that makes my chest tighten with guilt.
You have allies, Cassandra. Powerful allies. Your grandmother, Ivan. Even the Ursa King himself isn't entirely unreasonable when approached correctly.
Gavriel will never release me willingly. His clan's alliance with the Deveraux line depends on this binding.
Then we find ways to make the binding less binding. Counterspells, protective wards, magical loopholes. There are always alternatives, if you're clever enough to find them.
The solemnity in his voice nearly breaks my heart. He genuinely believes there's a solution that doesn't require trafficking with shadow beings. Part of me wants to believe it too, but another part, the part that wakes every morning to find the binding's influence stronger, the part that feels Gavriel's will creeping through my thoughts like ivy, knows that conventional solutions will take too long. What if there isn't time for clever alternatives? I ask quietly.
Then you make time. You fight. You resist. You hold on long enough for your friends to help you.
He reaches across to take my hands. his touch warm and reassuring.
Promise me. You won't do anything rash, Cassie. Promise me. You won't make deals with shadow beings without talking to me first.
The request is so reasonable, so caring, that I almost want to confess everything. To tell him about Kellum, about the resurrection plan, about the countdown to winter solstice that ticks in my mind like a death knell. Instead, I nod and give him the promise he needs to hear, because sometimes the kindest lies are the ones that protect the people you love from worrying about choices they can't change. I promise, I say, squeezing his hands gently. No shadow being bargains without consulting you first. The relief on his expression makes the deception sting worse. But as he launches into theories about protective magic and binding countermeasures, I let his familiar voice wash over me and try not to think about the promises I've already made. Some secrets are too dangerous to share, even with your oldest friend. Especially with your oldest friend.
Chapter 9. Kellum.
For centuries I have waited, centuries of shadow and silence, of watching the world change beyond these garden walls, while I remained trapped in this beautiful prison of my own making. But tonight everything changes. The winter solstice is here at last, and with it comes the moment I have orchestrated so carefully. The pieces are finally in position. Young Cassandra's desperation burns bright as a beacon, calling to the darkness in my nature, while the magic I require builds like a storm on the horizon. I stand in the forgotten garden as twilight deepens, my form more solid than it has been in decades. The approaching ritual has already begun to change me, to draw substance from the massive magical forces that will soon tear through this place. By dawn, I will either be free or destroyed in the attempt. But tonight, as I prepare for what may be my final gambit, my thoughts turn inevitably to her. Juliet. The name whispers through my consciousness like a prayer, like a curse, like the single constant that has anchored me through ages of imprisonment. Even now, when freedom dangles so tantalizingly close, it is her face that fills my mind. Not as she is at this moment, worn by responsibilities I could never share, but as she was when we first met. Ma petite ténèbre, I had named her, my little darkness, because even then, barely 18 and burning with the fierce magic of her bloodline, she had possessed a gloom in her soul that answered something in mine. I remember the night I chose this fate, chose her over everything else I might have been. The year was 1671, and I had kept an eye on the young Deveraux witch for years. Not out of any duty or purpose. I was not yet bound to shadow then. I was something else. A creature of twilight, born from the spaces between dreams and waking, free to roam where I would, to take whatever form pleased me, to exist as I chose in the vast tapestry of worlds that mortals never see. But something about her drew me in. 17 years old and already burning with fierce magic, practicing forbidden arts in the secret corners of her family's garden. The shadows in her soul matched the darkness in mine, a hunger for power that most witches never dared acknowledge. She knew I was there, of course. Must have known. For years. The way she would glance toward the shade between the ancient trees. The small smile that would curve her lips when she sensed my presence watching. We were drawn to each other like moths to flame, though which of us was which remained unclear. The night of the blood pact, she came to the garden. I gave her what became our grimoire, its lapis lazuli cover gleaming in the moonlight. I had manifested in my most pleasing form then, tall and aristocratic, with ash-blonde hair and violet eyes that carried just enough otherworldly allure to intrigue rather than terrify. "I know what you are," she said without preamble, setting the book beside the fountain. And I know what you want. Do you? I asked, stepping from the shadows. What is it I want, little witch? She lifted her chin, proud, unconquerable. The same thing I want, to feel truly alive. The ritual that followed was both beautiful and terrible, not a bargain born of desperation, but of desire. Mutual hunger for connection that transcended the boundaries between shadow and light. She offered her blood willingly, and I gave mine in return. Dark essence that flowed like liquid night from my veins, binding us together in ways that rewrote the fundamental nature of what I was. Now our souls share the same shadows, I had whispered against her lips as our blood mingled on the grimoire's cover. You are mine, Juliette Deveraux. And she was, just as I became hers. When it ended, I was no longer a creature of infinite possibility. I was bound, to her, to this garden, to the single purpose of protecting the Deveraux bloodline. My freedom was gone, traded away in a moment of decision I've not once regretted. But the look in her eyes when she realized what we had done, what she had unknowingly asked me to sacrifice, that nearly broke what remained of my heart. Kellum, she whispered, tears tracking down her cheeks as the full meaning of the binding settled around us both. I didn't know it would take so much from you. I knew, I told her, reaching out to touch her face with fingers that would someday know complete solidity. I chose this freely, ma petite ténèbre, for you. And I had. Even as I felt my essence reshaping itself, conforming to the narrow confines of guardianship and service, I knew I would make the same choice again. To see her safe, to ensure that her light would continue to shine in the world. And in me, it was worth any price. The memory fades, but the ache it leaves behind is as fresh as ever. Centuries have passed since that night, and I have served the Deveraux line faithfully through 12 generations. I have protected them from threats both mundane and mystical, guided them through dangers they never knew existed, loved them all in my fashion, but none have ever stirred my shadowed heart the way Juliette did. None have ever made me question the bonds I chose, until now. Young Cassandra waits in the manor, her desperation a tangible force that stirs the wickedness in my nature. She needs what I can offer, freedom from unwanted bonds, power enough to claim her destiny. And I need what she can give me. Not true freedom. That is beyond my reach as long as a single Deveraux draws breath. But liberation from this garden prison, the ability to move through the world again, to see more than these ancient walls and overgrown paths. The resurrection magic will tear through every ward and binding in this place. The power required to traverse across death itself will shatter the chains that hold me here, will allow me to walk free for the first time in ages. It was my idea, of course. The whispered suggestions, the careful nudges toward thoughts of the impossible. I guided Cassandra's mind like a gardener training ivy. So subtly, she never noticed the direction I was leading her. When she finally came to me with desperate eyes and asked about bringing back the dead, I feigned surprise at the request. But in truth, I had been planting those seeds for weeks, watching them take root in her increasingly frantic mind. I had expected it to take months of careful manipulation. Her desperation made the process remarkably efficient. And if I can serve Juliette's granddaughter in the undertaking, if I can give her the tools she needs to forge her own path, well, that is simply honoring the oath I swore long ago, is it not? The fact that it serves my purposes as well is merely fortuitous. After all, Juliette showed me last Samhain exactly how little my devotion truly meant to her. When the Bear King nearly banished me from this realm, She chose to save me, yes, but not without cost, not without punishment. Her solution was to bind me even tighter to this garden, stripping away what little freedom I'd retained to roam the manor grounds. Long centuries of faithful service, and this was my reward, a cage made smaller still. She thought she was being merciful, of course, protecting me from Gavriel's wrath while appeasing his demands for justice. But mercy that stings like betrayal cuts deeper than honest cruelty ever could. The irony is not lost on me. I chose bondage for love, and now I may achieve freedom through that same love, or at least through love's descendant, though perhaps achieve is too passive a word for what I've orchestrated, what I've earned through ages of devoted servitude that was rewarded with tighter chains. I move through the garden's preparations with careful intent. Each rose must be positioned exactly so, each stone placed with mathematical accuracy. The fountain that will serve as our focus pulses with potential energy, its waters reflecting not the moon above, but the realm of shadows, where I learned to reshape reality according to will and desire. Tonight, Cassandra will stand where Juliet once stood and speak words of power that will change everything. She will call a soul back from death's domain, and in doing so will unleash forces that have been contained for centuries. The risks are enormous. Resurrection magic is unpredictable at the best of times, and we are attempting something that has not been done for 1,000 years. The backlash could destroy us both, could tear holes in reality that might never heal. But the rewards make every danger worthwhile. I pause beside the fountain and let my mind drift once more to memories of light. Juliet is a young witch, fierce and brilliant and unafraid of the darkness I represented. The way she would visit me in these gardens during the long years of her youth, bringing stories of the outside world and questions about the nature of magic that challenged even my ancient understanding. The night she told me she was to be married. I had known it was coming, of course. Mortals marry and produce heirs. It is the way of their kind. But knowing and accepting are very different things. "His name is Willem Draken," she said, her voice carefully neutral as she sat beside the fountain. "Father says it will unite two of the most powerful magical bloodlines in Europe." "And what do you say?" I asked, though pain was written in every line of her posture. "I say that duty demands sacrifice." She looked at me then, and I glimpsed my own tragedy reflected in her eyes. "You understand that better than most, don't you?" "Yes," I admitted. "I do." She was quiet for a long time, her fingers trailing patterns in the fountain's dark water. Finally, she spoke again. "Will you still be here when I return? After the wedding? After everything?" "I will be here as long as you need me," I promised. "As long as any Deveraux needs me. That is the nature of the binding we share." "Even if I love someone else?" The question hung between us like a blade. I could have lied, could have pretended that her mortal affections meant nothing to a creature like me. Instead, I chose honesty. "Especially then," I said quietly. "Love is not diminished by being shared, ma petite ténèbre. It only grows stronger." She leaned against me, her head resting on my shoulder in a gesture of trust that meant more to me than any declaration of passion could have. We stayed that way until dawn, holding each other against the loneliness that was our common burden. The memory brings the familiar ache, but also a strange peace. I have loved Juliet through 12 lifetimes now, watching her descendants carry pieces of her light into new generations. Georgette, Justine, Colette, Catherine, Annette, Denise. Each one has been precious to me in their own way, but none have needed me quite like this. Cassandra's desperation is a living entity, a hunger that matches my own. She needs freedom the way flowers need sunlight, and I need purpose beyond these garden walls. We can give each other what we most desire, and in doing so, honor the bond that has long defined my existence. The winter solstice arrives, and with it the moment of truth. I look up at the stars wheeling overhead, the same stars that saw Juliet make her fateful choice so long ago, the same stars that will witness her granddaughter make one of her own. The pattern is repeating, but with crucial differences. This time I will not be choosing bondage. This time, I will be choosing freedom. And if that freedom comes at a price, well, some things are worth any cost. For you, ma petite ténèbre, I whisper to the winter wind. For your granddaughter, and for the love that has sustained me through 400 years of shadow. For all of us. The garden settles into waiting silence around me, and I begin the final arrangements for tonight's miracle, or tonight's catastrophe. In the end, they may prove to be the same thing. A movement at the garden's edge catches my attention, and I turn to see her approaching between the time-worn trees. Cassandra moves with the careful grace of someone who knows she's crossing into dangerous territory, her awakening power preceding her like a herald announcing royalty. She pauses at the threshold, and I perceive her magical senses testing the air, reading the currents of energy that swirl through this place. Smart girl. She understands that what we're about to attempt will change her in ways she cannot yet imagine. But she comes forward anyway, chin lifted with that familiar Deveraux entitlement, ready to pay whatever price freedom demands. The sight of her fills me with something between paternal pride and predatory satisfaction. Yes, I think, watching her approach the fountain where destiny waits. She will do beautifully. By dawn, she will be free of the Bear King's bonds. But more than that, so much more, she will understand the true depths of power that lie within her bloodline. The resurrection magic will awaken abilities that have slept in Deveraux women for generations, will teach her to command forces that most witches never dream of touching. I will make of her something extraordinary. A necromancer to rival the ancient masters, a witch who can reach across the veil and reshape the very foundations of life and death. The thought brings me dark delight. After centuries of quiet service, I will finally mentor a Deveraux in the arts that matter most, to pass on knowledge that predates civilization itself. She will be magnificent, and in becoming magnificent, she will fulfill the deepest purpose of the bargain I struck so long ago, ensuring that the Deveraux line not only survives, but grows stronger with each passing generation.
I'm here.
She says as she reaches the fountain, and her voice carries only the slightest tremor. I smile, allowing my form to solidify fully in the moonlight, and gesture toward the dark water where her future waits. Then let us begin, ma petite.
Chapter 10. Ivan. The pieces fall into place like shards of a broken mirror, each one reflecting a fragment of truth I should have seen sooner. I stand at the window of Juliet's bedroom at Deveraux Manor, watching the December night settle over the estate grounds, and suddenly every strange detail from the past weeks crystallizes into horrible clarity. The magical disturbances I've been sensing around the manor. Cassandra's growing desperation as Gavriel's binding tightens its hold. Her careful questions about freedom from magical constraints, asked with the particular intensity of someone who's already found their answer. "You're brooding again," Juliet observes from behind me, folding silk scarves for our planned escape to Provence, a trip that suddenly seems impossibly naive. The winter solstice, I say quietly, my breath fogging the glass. Tonight is the winter solstice. The longest night, yes. What of it? I tear myself from the window, finally acknowledging what my preternatural senses have been screaming all along. When is resurrection magic most powerful, ma chérie? When does death's grip grow weak enough for souls to cross back over? Her hand still on the dress she's folding. The silence stretches long enough for me to see the truth dawn in her amethyst eyes. Ivan, what are you thinking? I'm thinking Cassandra has been asking very specific questions about shadow beings. I'm thinking she's been growing more desperate by the day as that Ursa brand tightens around her soul. And I'm thinking that on the longest night of the year, when the boundary between life and death grows thin, I pause, letting the implications hang between us. Tell me about your family's shadow being. Ivan, tell me about that creature. The words come out harsh, edged with the memory of shadow fingers around my throat, of my dead brother's face twisted into something malevolent. Tell me about the fiend that tried to kill me. She sets the dress aside with deliberate care, and in that cautious movement, that studied avoidance of my gaze, I see confirmation of my worst fears. He's been bound to the family line for over 3 centuries, she says finally, and I notice she doesn't use his name either. Confined to the estate ever since. Confined by what kind of magic? My voice carries barely contained fury. Even speaking about that shadow-spawned abomination makes my hands clench into fists, makes me remember the crushing grip around my windpipe, the horror of realizing what it had done. Confined by what kind of magic, I insist. Adamant. Ancient bindings. Powerful ones. The kind that would require... She stops, her face going pale as she reaches the same conclusion I have. The kind that would require enormous magical power to break, I finish. The power that comes from resurrection magic. The words hang in the air like a death sentence. Outside, the winter wind rattles the windows, and I can feel it building in the distance. Magic so powerful it makes the air itself thrum with anticipation. She wouldn't, Juliet whispers, but there's no conviction in it. She would. She has. I grab my coat from the chair. The resurrection spell, it requires a great deal of power. Breaking Kellum's bonds would be an unintended consequence of magic that massive. Unintended? Juliet's voice carries a note of wariness. Nothing about Kellum is ever unintended, if he's offered to help her by means of the spell of resurrection. Then he's manipulated a desperate young woman into freeing him from centuries of imprisonment. I check my watch. 11:52 p.m. If Cassandra is attempting this tonight, at the peak of the solstice's power, we may already be too late. The garden, she gasps, and we dash across the manor at an impossible speed, like unnatural creatures battling destiny. Each heartbeat drags, as I sense terrible magic gathering in the distance. Can you feel it? I ask as we approach the forlorn gates. Juliet nods, her face drawn with something between awe and terror. The veil is tearing. She's actually doing it, reaching across death itself. The wrongness I've been sensing for weeks has become a symphony of displaced magic. The air tastes of copper and roses, ozone and grave dirt. Ancient power crackles through the December night, and underneath it all, I catch the first trace of something that makes my preternatural senses flare cold. Freedom. After centuries of imprisonment, an ancient evil is breaking free. We race through the threshold and into the forgotten garden, following the pull of magic so massive it's rewriting reality. The very air seems to vibrate with dread, charged with energies that make mortal spells look like candle flames beside the sun. There, Juliet breathes as we approach the final turn. Light spills from the clearing ahead, not the warm glow of fire or electricity, but something colder and more foreign. The radiance of spaces between worlds, of magic that reaches beyond the veil to tear souls from death's domain. Cautiously, we step into the clearing and witness the impossible made manifest. The garden has been transformed into a cathedral of shadows and starlight. Ancient roses wind through fractured columns that shimmer with otherworldly radiance, ivy-strangled marble pulsing with captured magic. At the center, the old pond serves as an altar where energies swirl like living things, tearing holes in the fabric of existence itself. Cassandra stands at the fountain's edge, her hands extended over dark water that reflects not the moon above, but some distant realm where violet flames dance with hungry shadows. Her voice carries across the night, speaking in a language that predates human civilization, each syllable charged with power that makes reality bend around her. And beside her, no longer confined to shadow and suggestion, stands the creature in his full, terrible glory. He's more solid than I've ever seen him, drawing substance from the formidable magic being worked here. Ash-blonde hair, almost white in the pale moonlight, falls in wavy locks to his shoulders. His features are aristocratic and chiseled. High cheekbones, a patrician nose, and a strong jawline with just the hint of stubble beard. He wears elegant attire that seems to shift between shadow and substance. An ivory shirt beneath a fitted waistcoat with golden embroidery, narrow sleeves and fitted breeches that evoke old-fashioned taste. But it's his eyes that make my vampire instincts recoil. Blazing amethyst, violet flames that burn with unnatural intelligence. Fierce and untamed, with a feline quality that makes him seem like some great predatory cat wearing human form. And when I catch sight of his hands, I see the black fingernails I remember from our last encounter, when those same fingers tried to crush the unlife from my throat. Darkness doesn't just surround him, it lives within him. I can see it beneath his skin, like swirling smoke, alive and twirling with his magic, making him beautiful in the way that deadly things are beautiful. An aura of power radiates from him that makes the ancient roses recoil as if deferring. The air splits like silk, revealing glimpses of the realm where the dead reside. Through that impossible doorway, something begins to stir, not yet visible, but I can feel the pull of a soul being torn from whatever realm claims the departed. The magic Cassandra is working reaches across death itself, demanding prices that make my vampire senses shrivel. This is resurrection magic in its purest, most terrifying form. I've lived for 3 centuries, seen wonders and horrors beyond mortal comprehension, but this is something else entirely. The raw power involved staggers me. To reach across death itself, to anchor a soul in flesh and bone and breath. Again. It's magic on a scale that makes most supernatural feats look like parlor tricks. But the cost, I can see it in the strain on Cassandra's face, the way shadow magic courses through her veins like liquid darkness. With each word she speaks, each gesture that pulls life from the realm of the dead, she's paying a price that may be higher than she realizes. The magic reaches its crescendo and then silence. The tear in reality seals itself with an almost audible snap. The otherworldly light fades back to ordinary moonlight. The fountain returns to being just water and stone, though shadows still dance strangely across its surface. Cassandra's legs buckle. She crumples beside the fountain like a marionette with severed strings, her body unable to bear the cost of channeling such untamed forces. The resurrection spell is cast. Somewhere in the world, a dead soul now breathes again. But the magic has taken its toll on every fibre of her being. Cassandra! Juliet breaks from my side, rushing toward her granddaughter. She kneels beside the unconscious woman, her hands hovering over Cassandra's pale form as she assesses the damage. The blood freezes in my accursed veins. Is she? I begin, but Juliet shakes her head. She'll recover, she says quietly, though I catch the worry that tightens her voice. Resurrection magic demands everything from the caster. Her body is protecting itself the only way it knows how. Her fingers find Cassandra's pulse, and I see relief flicker across her features. Strong and steady. She's young, resilient. But then her expression shifts to something more complex, concern mixed with an understanding I don't share. The baby, she murmurs, her hand moving to rest gently over Cassandra's still flat stomach. Magic this powerful. We'll need to monitor carefully. The creature, Kellum, watches this tender scene with those blazing violet eyes, his expression unreadable.
She knew the risks,
he says, his voice carrying no particular emotion.
The bargain was struck with full knowledge of what it would cost.
Of course it was, Juliet replies, and there's no anger in her tone, only a weary acceptance that surprises me. This was the only way either of you could have what you needed most. I stare at her, incredulous. You're not angry. She's made a deal with that thing. Freed the creature that tried to murder me. Risked her own life and her child's for freedom, Juliet says simply, cradling Cassandra's head in her lap. Something you've never had to choose between, Ivan. You've never been bound against your will. Never felt your very sense of self slipping away, day by day. She looks up at me with those violet eyes so like the creature's. She chose the only path available to her, a path I never dared to take. And she succeeded. Although the Ursa bracelet still adorns her wrist, around us, the garden pulses with residual energy from the spell. Whatever price Cassandra has paid, whatever bargains she's made, the first step toward freedom has been taken. He turns toward us then, those ancient eyes finding mine across the garden. His smile is beautiful and terrible, the expression of something that's been waiting centuries for exactly this moment.
Ivan Lockhart,
He sneers, voice carrying easily through the winter air.
how thoughtful of you to witness my liberation.
Every instinct I possess screams at me to attack, to defend, to finish what we started in that dining room mere weeks ago. The sensation returns unbidden. Cold fingers at my throat, my brother's features contorted with unnatural hunger. You! I snarl, the single word carrying seething rage and recognition. His pale brows rise slowly in mischievous arrogance.
Me indeed.
The shadow being's laugh makes the flowers wither at their edges.
Though I must say, your timing is impeccable. You've arrived just in time to witness the fruits of true ambition.
Juliet looks between us, exhaustion warring with growing alarm as she realizes the depth of animosity crackling in the air. Ivan, she begins, but I don't look away from the thing that nearly ended me, the monster who has hurt Cassandra. What have you promised her, Shadow Spawn? I demand. What lies did you whisper to convince her to free you?
Lies.
His violet eyes burn with mock offense.
I promised her freedom from unwanted bonds, and I delivered exactly that. Soon, the Bear King and his mate will be reunited, and Cassandra's binding will dissolve like morning mist.
Yes, well, that's all very nice. But what about her part of this godforsaken bargain? I all but hiss. He takes a step closer, his presence pushing against my preternatural senses like physical pressure.
You speak of bargains, Ivan Lockhart? You, who make them every time you hunt? Blood for survival? Life for your continued existence? That is the bargain you strike with every mortal whose throat you tear open. The difference between us?
His smile turns sharp.
Your bargains serve only your needs, your desires. You are selfish in that nature, taking what you want and leaving nothing but corpses in your wake.
The accusation stings because there's truth in it, but I refuse to let him see that.
Whereas I,
He continues, spreading his hands as if offering benediction,
have served faithfully for centuries. When my beloved family needed aid, how could I refuse? It was an act of devotion, nothing more.
He pauses, letting the words settle like poison.
A bargain struck in desperation, honored in full. Blood and bargains. It is the way of our kind, vampire. You and I are not so different.
A chill of dread seeps into my bones. We are nothing alike, I breathe out.
No,
He tilts his head, studying me with ancient eyes.
both creatures of darkness, both bound by hunger, yours for blood, mine for freedom, both willing to do terrible things for those we love.
His gaze slides to Juliet.
But unlike you, I admit what I am.
I shake my head, dispelling the hideous thought. What exactly did you promise this creature? I murmur to myself, staring down at the unconscious woman in Juliet's arms. Whatever bargain she's made, it's one that leaves her bound to him in ways she's only beginning to understand.
How delicious.
The shadow being purrs, sensing the tension.
The noble vampire, sworn to protect the innocent, faced with defending someone who's made deals with the very darkness he despises, a darkness so akin to his nature.
The air between us crackles with hostile energy, fathomless hatred given form. I can feel Juliet's hand on my arm trying to ground me, but all I can see is the creature that wore my brother's face, that tried to strangle the unlife from my body. This isn't over, I tell him, my voice deadly quiet.
Oh, it isn't.
He steps back, his form beginning to shimmer at the edges, returning to that quality of flickering between solid and smoke.
But for now, I believe I've earned a night of exploration.
Kellum, wait, Juliet begins, but he's already dissolving into the shadows between the ancient trees, his presence fading like smoke on the wind. Where is he going? I demand, my unnatural senses tracking his departure, but unable to pinpoint a destination. The shadow being could be anywhere. Paris, beyond Paris, anywhere in the world, now that his chains are broken. I don't know, Juliet admits, and for the first time since we arrived, I hear genuine fear in her voice. He's been bound to the estate for so long. I don't know what he'll do with his freedom. I watch as the last traces of Kellum's presence vanish into the December night, leaving only the echo of his power behind. Unfettered, a malevolent shadow entity now roams the earth.
Chapter 11. Cassandra. 6 weeks. 6 weeks since I woke in Juliet's arms, my body aching from channeling forces that should have torn me apart. 6 weeks since Ivan stood over me with murder in his eyes, not for me, but for the shadow being I'd freed. 6 weeks since Callum dissolved into the December night, leaving only questions and the faint echo of violet-eyed promises. The first thing I asked when consciousness returned wasn't about myself, but about her. Did it work? My voice was barely a whisper, throat raw from speaking words in dead languages. Is she? She's alive. Juliet's relief was tangible, though worry still creased her brow. I felt it the moment the spell completed. Luciana Marino draws breath once more. I closed my eyes then, letting the magnitude of what I'd accomplished settle over me. Somewhere, a woman who'd been dead for a year now walks again among the living, and she will find her way back to us, to Gavriel, to the life that was stolen from her. Here in Paris, a shadow being roams free for the first time in centuries, and I can only hope the price I've paid will prove worth it. For days, I could barely stand without Juliet's supporting arm. Death magic coursed through me like liquid darkness, leaving marks I can feel but not yet see, a coldness in my veins that wasn't there before, a heightened awareness of the spaces between light and shadow, and the dreams. Gods, the dreams. Kellum's voice, whispering promises and warnings in equal measure. The bargain is kept, ma douce ténèbres. But remember, all magic demands balance. What you've taken from death, death will eventually reclaim. I haven't told Juliet about those dreams. That torment is mine alone to bear. But now, weeks after the resurrection ritual, I feel strong enough for what comes next. The first real test. The moment I've been both dreading and desperately anticipating since the spell's completion. The Palais Royal's ballroom glitters like something from a fever dream, all crystal chandeliers and marble columns that seem to reach toward infinity. Light spills across the polished floor, where Europe's supernatural elite gather in their finest evening wear, each faction staking a claim. I stand at the edge of it all, champagne flute in hand but untouched, can't drink, though no one here knows why, watching the political theater unfold around me. The bracelet burns against my wrist, Gavriel's golden shackle as beautiful and hateful as ever. The resurrection magic may have begun my journey toward freedom, but I'm far from free yet. Tonight, I must play the perfect part. The compliant Deveraux heiress, the Ursa King's chosen mate, the political alliance made flesh. Lady Deveraux. A voice breaks through my bleak thoughts, some beta from the European bear packs whose name I've already forgotten. His smile shows too many teeth. The evening is magnificent, though not as radiant as that exquisite bracelet. Such a symbol of the bonds between our peoples. The binding pulses warm against my skin, as if recognizing it's been noticed. I force my lips into the practiced smile I've perfected over years of supernatural politics. "You're too kind," I murmur, the words flowing like honey even as they taste like ash. Each syllable is carefully modulated, designed to project the image Gavriel wants the world to see, his perfect, willing mate. The beta's eyes linger on my wrist with obvious hunger. These bears, always searching for ways to curry favor with stronger predators. When might we expect an announcement? The supernatural community is quite eager for such joyous news. Before I can craft a suitable deflection, a familiar warmth approaches from behind. Gavriel's hand settles on the small of my back with possessive familiarity, his power radiating through the simple touch.
"Soon,"
he says, his voice carrying just enough edge to make the bear take a respectful step backward.
"I believe you were just leaving. My mate has other obligations this evening."
The beta's eyes widen slightly at the dismissal, and he bows hastily before melting back into the crowd. I should feel grateful for the rescue, but instead, I bristle at how easily Gavriel dispatched the man, how readily others defer to his authority. "I was handling that," I murmur, as we're left alone in our small bubble of space. His hand remains at my back, warm and steady.
"I know you were, Princessa, but you shouldn't have to."
His voice is gentler now, lacking the sharp command he used with the bear.
"You're going to find that your position makes you a target for every ambitious supernatural who thinks they can gain advantage through your favor. They'll circle you like sharks scenting blood."
I turn to face him, surprised by the genuine concern in his golden brown eyes. For all my resistance to this binding, I can't deny that he seems to truly care about protecting me, not just as a political asset, but as a person. "I can take care of myself," I say, though with less venom than usual.
"I know that too."
His lips curve in a small smile, one that reaches his eyes.
"Your strength is one of the things that drew me to you. But you don't have to face every challenge alone anymore."
He pauses, his gaze growing serious.
"I know you didn't choose this bond, Cassandra. I know you see it as a prison. But I want you to know, I will always be here to shield you from those who would use you. Always."
The sincerity in his voice catches me off guard. Despite everything between us, despite my cruelty and resistance since the branding, he's offering genuine protection without asking for anything in return. The gesture is unexpected. "Why?" I ask quietly. "Why do you care when I've given you nothing but hostility?" His hand moves to gently touch my cheek, a gesture so tender it makes my chest tighten.
"Because beneath that hostility, I see the woman you truly are. Strong, brilliant, fierce in defending what you love. You fight me because you refuse to surrender your spirit, and that's exactly why you're perfect for me."
For a moment, the political theater around us fades. It's just him and me, and the complicated truth that this man I'm supposed to hate genuinely seems to want to shield me, even from himself. A new song begins, something hauntingly beautiful that speaks of love and loss and choices that can't be undone. Couples move on to the dance floor, elegant and predatory in equal measure. I recognize several faces: vampire coterie leaders from across Europe, dragon clan representatives, fey nobility with their striking beauty and cruel smiles. And there, standing near the far archway, handsome and detached from his surroundings, is a figure that makes my breath catch. Kellum. He's wearing elegant evening attire that seems to shift between shadow and substance. A midnight blue jacket that appears almost black in certain light, fitted trousers, and a silver-gray waistcoat that catches the ballroom's glow. His ash blonde hair is perfectly styled, and those violet eyes, Those eyes find mine across the crowded room with unerring accuracy. He inclines his head in the slightest of nods, so subtle that anyone watching would think it merely polite acknowledgement between strangers. But I see the satisfaction in that gesture, the predatory pleasure of a creature who has achieved exactly what he set out to accomplish. He's here, free, walking among the supernatural elite as if he belongs, as if he hasn't spent the last 3 centuries imprisoned in a forgotten garden. The sight of him sends triumph and terror through me, proof that our bargain succeeded, but also a reminder of just how much I still don't understand about what I've unleashed.
Shall we dance, Princessa?
Gavriel's voice draws my attention back to him, and I realize I've been staring too long in Kellum's direction.
You seem distracted.
I force my gaze back to his face, noting the subtle tension around his eyes. He's noticed my reaction, though he can't possibly understand its cause. Of course, I say, allowing him to lead me onto the dance floor. I was just admiring how well the various factions have integrated tonight. Truly shows Clarissa Draken's organizational skills. It's not entirely a lie. The gala is a masterpiece of supernatural politics, bringing together groups that usually exist in careful opposition. But even as Gavriel pulls me close for the slow, swaying dance, my awareness remains split. Half of me focuses on the familiar rhythm of political performance, smiling at the right moments, exchanging polite nods with other dancers, playing the role of the gracious Deveraux heiress. The other half tracks Kellum's movements through the crowd, watching him work the room with the centuries-old charm that makes even the most suspicious supernatural beings lower their guards.
You're different tonight.
Gavriel murmurs as we sway together. His hand at my waist pulls me closer, close enough that I can feel the heat radiating from his body. My heart skips. Fear of discovery, fear of what his empathic gifts might read through this simple touch, but I keep my expression serene. The holidays always affect me strangely. All that magic in the air. His eyes narrow slightly, as if he's trying to parse truth from deflection in my words. He concedes with a nod.
I confess, I'm curious about how you spent a particular holiday.
A careful pause.
The winter solstice. You seemed quite exhausted the next morning.
Because I channeled enough resurrection magic to tear holes in reality itself, I think, but don't say. Instead, I let my lashes flutter slightly, as if embarrassed. I may have overindulged in some experimental spell work, I admit, with a self-deprecating laugh. You know how dangerous it can be when a witch gets too curious about ancient magic. The lie slides off my tongue like silk, carefully crafted to contain just enough truth to be believable. Gavriel's expression relaxes slightly, though I catch him glancing toward where Kellum was standing. The shadow being has moved on, disappearing into the crowd with the fluid ease of someone who understands the art of not being seen when necessary.
Ancient magic can indeed be unpredictable.
Gavriel says carefully.
Perhaps in the future, you might consider consulting with me before attempting such experiments. My knowledge of protective wards might prove useful.
The offer sounds reasonable, even caring, but I hear the underlying command, his desire to monitor and control my magical activities, to ensure I never again work spells he hasn't approved. The binding bracelet grows warm against my skin, responding to his subtle assertion of authority. Of course, I agree with perfect docility, even as I plan exactly the opposite. Your guidance would be invaluable. The song draws to a close, and we separate with the proper distance expected of courting supernaturals. But before I can step away, his hand tightens slightly at my waist, keeping me close.
There is another matter we should discuss, Princessa.
His voice drops to a low rumble, intimate enough that only I can hear, and a reluctant thrill shoots through me. I hate that my body responds to his presence this way, even as my mind rebels against the binding.
The formal announcement of our union. I believe it's time we set a date.
My stomach clenches, but I keep my expression serene. We have time to consider.
Do we?
His gaze drops pointedly to my abdomen, though there's nothing visible yet beneath the elegant draping of my gown.
I would prefer to make our announcement before certain changes become apparent.
The meaning is clear. He wants the wedding announced before my pregnancy shows, before whispers can start about the timeline, before anyone can question whether the Ursa King's mate carries his child. It's considerate, in its way, protecting my reputation, ensuring our union appears proper and planned. But it's also controlling, using the timing to press his advantage, to assert his claim before I can find another way out. The bracelet burns hotter against my wrist, as if approving of his strategic maneuvering. I see, I say carefully, mind racing for an acceptable deflection. And what time frame did you have in mind?
Soon.
His thumb traces a small circle at my waist, a possessive gesture disguised as affection.
Within the month, perhaps. Before the spring equinox, certainly. The supernatural world is already speculating about our union. We should control that narrative before others attempt to shape it for us.
He's not wrong. I can feel the weight of watching eyes even now, other supernaturals gauging the strength of our bond, calculating how this alliance will shift the balance of power. An announcement would solidify his position, make it that much harder for me to break free. That's very soon, I manage, trying to buy time without outright refusing. There are traditions to observe, preparations to make. My family
Would be honored to see you wed to the Ursa King.
he finishes smoothly.
Juliet has already expressed her approval. And as for traditions,
His smile grows warmer, almost indulgent.
we can adapt them to suit our circumstances. A private ceremony with our closest allies, followed by a more elaborate celebration once arrangements are complete. Nothing that would cause you undue stress in your delicate condition.
The careful euphemism makes my teeth clench. He's thought this through, planned every angle. The considerate king, protecting his mate's reputation while simultaneously cornering her into compliance. I'll need to consult with Juliet, I say, which is neither agreement nor refusal. About the appropriate timing, the magical protocols, these things must be done properly. His eyes narrow slightly, recognizing the evasion for what it is. But we're in public, surrounded by the supernatural elite, and he can't press too hard without revealing the cracks in our supposedly harmonious union.
Of course,
He agrees, though his tone carries an edge of warning.
but not too long, Princessa. We wouldn't want rumors to overshadow what should be a joyous occasion.
The threat is subtle, but clear. Cooperate or face the social consequences when my pregnancy becomes obvious and no wedding date has been announced. I should circulate, I murmur, glancing toward where several European witch families have gathered near the refreshment tables. Political obligations, you understand.
Naturally.
His smile carries approval for my dutiful attention to supernatural diplomacy.
I'll do the same. The Scandinavian bear clans have been hoping for a moment of my attention.
We part ways as political partners, each moving to fulfill their expected roles in this elaborate theater. But as I make my way through the crowd, exchanging pleasantries with various dignitaries and deflecting subtle inquiries about wedding dates, my real attention remains focused on a more dangerous game. Kellum has positioned himself strategically throughout the evening, always in locations where he can observe without being observed, where he can listen to conversations that weren't meant for outside ears. I watch him charm information from loose-tongued nobles, watch him plant seeds of ideas that will grow into actions in the weeks to come. He's building something, planning something, and whatever it is, I suspect our midnight bargain was only the first step in a much larger design. The thought should terrify me. Instead, as I smile and nod my way through another vapid conversation about seasonal fashion trends, I find myself oddly exhilarated. For the first time in months, I'm not just a pawn in someone else's game. I'm a player, and the game, I'm beginning to realize, has only just begun. A server appears at my elbow with a fresh champagne flute, and I accept it with a gracious nod. I won't drink it, can't drink it, but it gives my hands something to do as I continue my careful surveillance of the evening's real entertainment. Across the room, Gavriel holds conversations with several Nordic bear representatives, his commanding presence drawing them like moths to a flame. He glances in my direction occasionally, checking to ensure I'm still playing my part, still wearing the mask of willing compliance he requires. If only he knew what's taking shape beneath this serene mask. Plans that will shatter everything he thinks he controls. The evening progresses in a symphony of silk and shadows, political promises, and carefully planted lies. And through it all, the bracelet burns against my wrist, a reminder of the chains I still wear, and the freedom I'm still fighting to claim. But for the first time since this whole nightmare began, I have hope. Because freedom, I'm learning, isn't just about breaking the bonds that hold you. Sometimes it's about choosing which new bonds to forge. And in that choice, I'm finally beginning to find my power. Chapter 12. Cassandra. The Palais Garnier glitters around me, a maze of gilt and velvet, chandeliers spilling light like liquid stars. The gala thrums with the supernatural elite, vampires in silk, shifters with fierce eyes, witches cloaked in subtle spells. My rose gold gown clings to my skin, the Ursa bracelet burning on my wrist, Gavriel's claim carved into gold. It's been weeks since I freed Kellum, so many weeks since I ripped reality apart to bring back Luciana, and still no sign of her. Seeing him here tonight, solid, free, moving through the gala like any other guest, should bring relief. Instead, it brings panic. What if the spell failed? What if he's free, but Luciana never woke? I should have confronted him the moment I spotted him, should have demanded proof that she lives, but I couldn't. Not surrounded by the supernatural elite. Not with Gavriel's hand at my waist and dozens of eyes tracking my every movement. My vampire lover, exiled from Paris by Gavriel's spell, lingers in my heart, but the brand twists my desires, making my body crave what my soul rejects. Perhaps all efforts have been useless. Perhaps this is a fight I was destined to lose. As if sensing my weakening resolve, Gavriel materializes beside me, his bear-shifter presence a storm of musk and power. His black tuxedo strains against his massive frame, amber eyes smoldering with hunger.
Princessa,
He murmurs, voice a low rumble that sends shivers through me.
we need to talk. In private.
His hand, warm and possessive, guides my elbow, steering me through the crowd, up a gilded staircase to a shadowed salon. The door clicks shut, and he locks it, the sound final, intimate. The room glows faintly, a single candelabra casting flickering shadows on velvet walls. Gavriel steps closer, his scent, wild honey, forest earth, flooding my senses. His brand pulses, heat curling through my veins, igniting a need I fight to suppress.
Cassandra,
He says, his rough fingers grazing my jaw, tilting my face to his.
set the date now. Be my queen.
His touch is a spark, and a buried part of me, some traitorous ember, wants to lean into it, even as my mind screams for my lost love. Please, I whisper, but my voice wavers, my body swaying toward him. He smiles, dark and knowing, his thumb brushing my lips, sending a jolt of heat to my core.
Your body betrays you, Princessa.
He murmurs. His hand slides lower, tracing fire along my skin, his touch both promise and threat. and I hate how my body responds, how the brand weaves desire where defiance should be. He backs me against the door, his taut frame a warm wall, not forcing but coaxing. My hands, trembling, grip his shoulders, pulling him closer before I can stop myself.
You're mine.
He growls, and his touch slides lower, daring, as fabric whispers against my skin. His fingers find me, slipping beneath lace, stroking with slow, deliberate skill. I gasp, hips arching into his touch, the brand fanning my need into a flame I can't extinguish.
Say it.
He whispers, teeth grazing my earlobe.
Call me your king.
The pleasure builds, a tide I can't fight, and my resistance frays. Please, I whimper, the word a betrayal, slipping out as my body aches for more. He freezes, then pulls back just enough to meet my eyes, his expression that of dark delight.
Are you pleading for mercy, princessa?
He leans back slightly, the ghost of a grin playing on his lips as if tasting victory itself.
Or for this?
He unfastens his trousers, undoing the last barrier between us, his breath ragged, his control unraveling. He lifts me before I can speak, pinning me higher against the door, my legs wrapping around his waist instinctively. The brand sings, urging submission, and I despise how much I want him. My king, I gasp, the words ash and honey as I pull him closer. Satisfied, a wicked smirk tugs at his lips.
Good girl.
Then he draws me closer, our bodies aligning in a slow, consuming rhythm, the brand singing in triumph. He takes me with primal intensity, each motion driving me higher, the room spinning with heat and sound. Release crashes over me fast, a wildfire in my core, and I shatter around him, screaming his name as my body betrays me completely. He follows with a roar, his grip bruising as he holds me through the aftershocks. Please, my king, I whisper again, tears burning as the brand tightens its hold, making me want more, even as my heart breaks. I jolt awake in my bed at Deveraux Manor, panting, my nightgown damp with sweat. The room is silent, cool air a contrast to the dream's heat. The brand pulses, a cruel reminder of its power. But I clench my fist, grounding myself. It's not real. Not yet. I won't let it rewrite me. I'll fight for Dristan, for us. Tears stream down my face as I pull on a robe, fleeing to the garden, desperate for answers. It's been 10 days since the gala, and I'm unraveling. The garden remains unchanged from that solstice night, with old roses on crumbling walls and its fountain reflecting whispering shadows. But Kellum is gone. That night at the gala was the last time I saw him, a glimpse across the ballroom before he disappeared into the crowd. 10 days now, and he's vanished as completely as if he'd never existed at all. Gone from the garden, gone from my dreams. Those nightly visitations that whispered promises and warnings have ceased entirely, leaving only silence where his voice once lived. And strangely, terribly, the haunting dreams with Gavriel have worsened. Whatever Callum is doing in his newfound freedom, it's casting ripples through the supernatural world in ways I can barely imagine. Callum! My voice cracks on his name, raw from calling out into empty darkness. Callum, please! I need to know that it worked. I need nothing. Just the whisper of wind through dead leaves and the accusatory silence of a garden that knows my desperation. I sink onto the fountain's stone rim, the same spot where I stood weeks ago and tore holes in reality itself. My hands shake as I press them against my face, and the Ursa bracelet catches the moonlight, golden and gleaming and hateful. It's been 10 days since Gavriel cornered me at the gala with his careful plans and considerate timelines. 10 days of him pressing for a wedding date, growing more insistent each time I deflect. 10 days of my body changing in ways I can't hide much longer, of morning sickness I blame on rich food, of excuses wearing dangerously thin, and no sign, none at all, that Luciana Marino lives. What if it didn't work? The words escape in a broken whisper. What if I freed him for nothing? What if she's still dead? The word lodges in my throat like shattered glass. I've searched every text in Juliet's library, looking for confirmation that the spell took hold. But resurrection magic is notoriously difficult to track. The resurrected don't simply appear where they died. They wake somewhere between, drawn back to the world through paths only death understands. She could be anywhere. Lost, confused, or worse, the spell could have failed entirely, and I've sacrificed everything for nothing. Please, I whisper to the empty garden, to whatever remnants of shadow magic still cling to this place. Please let it have worked. Please. My voice breaks. Hot tears spill down my cheeks, and I don't bother wiping them away. There's no one here to see me fall apart, no one to witness the Deveraux heiress reduced to this, sobbing in an abandoned garden, while the shadow being she freed with forbidden magic has vanished without a word, and the woman she tried to resurrect remains stubbornly absent. Gavriel wants an answer by week's end. The supernatural community is already speculating about my delicate condition. I caught 2 beta wolves whispering last night at the spell market, their knowing smiles making my stomach churn. Soon, it won't be speculation. Soon, everyone will see what I can barely hide beneath carefully draped gowns. And if Luciana doesn't appear, if the spell failed, then I have no leverage, no miracle to trade for my freedom, just a child growing inside me that will bind me to Gavriel more permanently than any bracelet ever could. I can't do this, I choke out, pressing my palms against my eyes until I see stars. I can't marry him. I can't spend eternity pretending to be grateful for this beautiful cage. I can't.
Cassandra Deveraux?
The voice freezes the breath in my lungs. I jerk upright, heart slamming against my ribs. And there, standing at the garden's edge where shadow meets moonlight, is a woman I've only seen in faded photographs. She's exactly as the images showed. Golden hair that catches the light like spun sunshine, delicate features that speak of old European bloodlines, a grace in her bearing that a year of death hasn't diminished. She wears simple traveling clothes, dark trousers and a fitted jacket that look contemporary enough to have been acquired recently, though I can't imagine how or where. But it's her eyes that steal my breath. Violet. Blazing amethyst shot through with shadows that swirl like living smoke. The unmistakable mark of Kellam's magic, of resurrection that required shadow as its price. They're beautiful and terrible and proof, undeniable proof, that what I did actually worked. Luciana, I breathe, stumbling to my feet. You're real. You're actually real. She takes a cautious step forward, those violet eyes studying me with wariness and confusion.
Yes. Though I'm not entirely certain of much else.
Her voice carries a slight accent. Italian.
I woke in a field outside Moscow 6 days ago with no memory of how I got there, and something inside me.
She presses a hand to her chest.
Something pulled me here. To Paris, to this garden, to you.
6 days. She's been back for 6 days, wandering her way across Europe, drawn by whatever magical tether the resurrection spell created. Gods, I whisper, and then I'm moving, crossing the space between us before conscious thought can stop me. You're alive. You're truly alive. She doesn't step back, but I can see the questions in those violet eyes.
Are you the one who...
She stops, swallowing hard.
Did you bring me back?
I nod, unable to speak past the relief choking me.
Why?
The question emerges barely above a whisper.
I don't even know you. How did you... Why would you...
Because I needed a miracle. I say honestly, tears still streaming down my face, and because someone you love needed you back more than anything in the world. Understanding flickers across her features.
Gavriel.
His name falls from her lips like a prayer, like a wound that's never healed.
Does he know I'm...
No. I shake my head quickly. No one knows yet. I wasn't even sure if the spell worked until this moment. You're the first sign I've had that... My voice cracks again. I thought I'd failed. I thought you were lost, or that the magic hadn't...
It worked.
She lifts her hands, studying them with something like wonder and horror.
Though I don't fully understand what I am now, these eyes,
She touches her face.
this feeling inside me. Like I'm made of shadow and starlight, in equal measure. What did you do to me?
Resurrection magic, I tell her quietly. The oldest, darkest kind. It required a shadow being's power to tear you from death's realm. The violet eyes are... They're the price, the mark of what it cost to bring you back after a year of... Your death, I want to say, but I purse my lips instead. She's silent for a long moment, processing this. Then,
A shadow being?
I nod. One who was bound here. A creature the Deveraux family kept imprisoned for centuries. I swallow hard. Kellum, I add, watching her carefully. He's free now. That was part of the bargain. I freed him, and he gave me the power to resurrect you.
And in exchange for bringing me back?
She studies my face, then her gaze drops to the golden bracelet gleaming on my wrist. Realization crashes over her.
You want something from Gavriel.
I need him to release this binding, I admit, gesturing to the bracelet. Out of grief and duty, he claimed me as his mate. His magic is slowly erasing who I am, replacing my will with manufactured devotion. And I pause, hand drifting to my stomach. I'm carrying someone else's child. Someone I actually chose. If I don't break free soon, I'll be trapped forever. The horror in her violet eyes is immediate and absolute.
He bound you?
Her voice quivers.
Against your will. Gavriel would never...
But even as she says it, she's looking at the bracelet, at the evidence.
The man I loved wouldn't do this.
He believes he's protecting me. Bitterness seeps through the words. Protecting his clan through this alliance. He's wrapped this curse in so many noble intentions that I don't think he even sees the cage anymore. I reach for her hand, desperate for her to understand. But Luciana pulls away, moving toward the fountain where Kellum and I performed the resurrection. She stares into the dark water as if searching for answers in its depths. When she turns back to face me, her expression has hardened.
You want me to be your leverage. You brought me back to trade my return for your freedom.
Yes, I say, because there's no point in lying, but that's not the only reason. Gavriel has been grieving you as if it's been decades. This binding, his possessiveness, his need to control, it all comes from losing you. I take in a shaky breath. You're his true mate, Luciana. The one he chose freely, the one he's never stopped loving. Bringing you back, it wasn't just about my freedom. It was about giving him back what death stole. She's quiet for so long, I think she might refuse, might walk away and leave me to face Gavriel's deadline with nothing but empty hands and broken promises. But then she speaks, her voice steady despite the violet flames dancing in her eyes.
Tell me what you need me to do.
Relief crashes over me so intensely that my knees almost buckle. She looks around the garden, taking in the roses and shadows and the fountain where impossible magic was worked in her name. When her violet eyes meet mine again, I see determination burning alongside the confusion and grief.
You gave me my life back,
She says simply.
however strange and shadow-touched it might be now. The least I can do is help you reclaim yours.
I could weep again from relief, but But there's no time for that luxury. I have until week's end to give Gavriel an answer, and we have a miracle to orchestrate. Chapter 13. Cassandra. Deveraux Manor feels different tonight, charged with the tension that precedes storms. I stand by my bedroom windows, watching the afternoon light filter through winter-bare trees, my hand resting unconsciously over the slight curve of my stomach. The pregnancy is beginning to show, though it's still subtle enough that only those who know what to look for would notice. The dragon's blood incense burns steadily in its holder, filling the room with protective smoke. Today's meeting requires more than usual privacy. When 3 of the most powerful dragons in Europe gather under one roof, the political ramifications can shift the balance of supernatural power for generations. A car pulls through the gates first, sleek and expensive. Through the window, I watch Kaisner emerge from the driver's seat, moving around to open the passenger door. When Clarissa steps out, even from this distance, I can see how she's changed. Weeks ago, she was the confident gallery owner hosting the supernatural elite. Now, after an ordeal with the Mahindra clan, she moves with the cautious awareness of someone who's stared death in the face and survived. But there's something else different about them both, an energy that speaks of more than just survival. The news has already reached Paris through supernatural channels. Kaisner Drakenstein has finally awakened his inner dragon. After decades of dormancy, it was his passionate love for Clarissa that finally broke through whatever barriers had kept his true nature suppressed. The irony isn't lost on me. In saving her, he also saved himself. But it's the way she looks at Kaisner that catches my attention. Complete trust, absolute devotion. Whatever happened during her captivity and rescue has forged an unbreakable bond between them. They approach the manor hand in hand, and I notice how Kaisner's body angles protectively toward her, how his free hand rests near the concealed weapons I'm certain he carries. The man who once negotiated black market deals with casual indifference has become someone's faithful guardian. The second car arrives before they've even reached the front steps. A Bugatti in menacing black with burnt orange accents that slice through the afternoon like warning flares. It moves faster, aggressively, gravel spraying in violent arcs as it skids to an abrupt stop. Nicholas emerges alone, an unleashed threat, his usual composed demeanor replaced by something volatile and dangerous. Even from this distance, I can see the tension radiating from his shoulders, the way his hands clench and unclench into fists as he spots his sister with Kaisner. Dear gods, this won't end well. I make my way downstairs as the first raised voices echo through the entrance hall. By the time I reach the blue salon, the confrontation has already begun in what was supposed to be a welcoming parlor before the actual meeting.
Absolutely reckless.
Nicholas's voice carries an edge that suggests his dragon nature is closer to the surface than it should be.
Do you have any idea what you've done, Clarissa? What you've risked?
Clarissa stands beside Kaisner, her chin lifted with familiar Draken stubbornness.
I've made my choice, Nick. The same way you made yours when you decided to play politics across Europe, instead of staying home to protect your family.
Protect my family?
Nicholas laughs, but there's no humor in it.
You accuse me of failing you, while you run off with a dangerous warlock who deals in forbidden magic. A man who's spent decades trading on the supernatural black market.
Enough.
Kaisner's voice cuts through the argument like a blade. He steps slightly in front of Clarissa, not hiding her, but clearly positioning himself as a barrier between her and her brother's fury.
Your quarrel is with me, Draken. Leave her out of it.
My quarrel?
Nicholas takes a step forward, and I swear the temperature in the room drops several degrees.
You took my sister. You put her in danger. You.
I saved her life.
Kaisner interrupts, his power rising to meet Nick's challenge. Shadows gather around him, and I catch a glimpse of the ancient darkness that makes him so formidable.
She did not fall prey to the Mahindras willingly. They took her because they wanted leverage against me. They were going to use her to force my hand in their territorial disputes.
And you walked straight into their trap.
Clarissa adds, her voice fierce with emotion.
Both of you did. Nick, you could have been killed. We all could have.
We worked together.
Nicholas snaps, but there's something haunted in his expression.
We rescued you. But Keisner's enemies made you a target in the first place. His connections to unsanctioned power brokers.
Saved you all, I interject from the doorway, my voice carrying enough authority to stop the argument cold. 3 sets of dragon eyes turn toward me, and I'm struck by how similar they all look in their fury. That particular otherworldly intensity that reveals barely contained fire.
Cassandra,
Clarissa breathes, relief flooding her features.
thank you for hosting this.
Of course. I move into the room with deliberate calm, gesturing toward the seating area I've arranged. Though I must say, this is not quite the reunion I was hoping to facilitate. Nicholas runs a hand through his golden blonde hair, and I notice the slight tremor in his fingers. Not fear, but barely controlled power seeking an outlet.
Clarissa, you don't understand the position this puts our family in. Keisner's reputation, his connections to...
To what?
Keisner's voice is dangerously quiet.
To power that exists outside your carefully controlled political networks? To magic that doesn't bow to Dragon Clan hierarchies?
To darkness.
Nicholas says bluntly.
To the kind of supernatural forces that our family has spent generations learning to avoid.
The words hang in the air like an accusation. I notice as Clarissa's face crumples slightly, see the way Keisner's jaw tightens. This isn't just about protection or politics. This is about fundamental differences in how they view our world.
Darkness doesn't make someone evil, Nick.
Clarissa says quietly.
You, of all people, should understand that. Ever since your dragon rose, you've been fighting to master something that could consume you. Something that makes you dangerous to everyone you care about. How is that different from Keisner learning to master powers that others fear?
Because I was born with this curse.
Nicholas's control finally cracks, and for just an instant, I see something inhuman flicker behind his ocean eyes.
I didn't choose to become a monster. He did.
The silence that follows is deafening. Keisner goes very still, his expression shifting from anger to something colder and more dangerous. Clarissa stares at her brother as if seeing him for the first time.
You should leave,
she says quietly.
Clarissa.
Her voice grows stronger, carrying the authority of someone who's made an irrevocable decision.
If that's what you think of the man I love, if that's what you think of me for choosing him, then you should leave. Now.
Nicholas looks between his sister and Keisner, something desperate flickering in his expression.
Rissy, I'm only trying to protect you.
From what? From being happy? From finding someone who sees my strength instead of my fragility?
She moves to stand beside Keisner, taking his hand in a gesture of absolute solidarity.
You don't get to make that choice for me.
The defeat in Nicholas's posture is painful to watch. This proud, powerful dragon prince reduced to helplessness by his own fear and fury. But what worries me more is the way his hands keep clenching and unclenching, the way his breathing has become carefully controlled. He's fighting for restraint, and I'm not certain he's winning.
Fine,
he says finally, his voice hollow.
But when this ends badly, and it will end badly, Clarissa, don't come crying to me.
He turns toward the door, but I step into his path. Nicholas. Wait. His eyes meet mine, and I see the pain there, the desperate love for his sister warring with his conviction that he's right. But I also see something else, The barely leashed might reminiscent of an ancient curse I once thought a legend. Walk with me, I say, not quite making it a request. There are things we need to discuss, privately. For a moment, I think he'll refuse. Then he nods stiffly and follows me from the room, leaving Kaisner and Clarissa to their quiet reunion. I lead him to the small parlor next to the blue salon, closing the door behind us. The dragon's blood incense doesn't reach here, but the conversation we need to have requires honesty more than magical protection. You're losing control, I say without preamble. He laughs bitterly.
Thank you for the observation, Cassandra. Very helpful.
I'm serious, Nick. I've seen you angry before, but this... I gesture toward the door, where we can hear the low murmur of Kaisner and Clarissa's voices. This wasn't just anger. This was something else entirely. How long has it been since you've had an episode like that? His jaw tightens.
I don't have episodes.
The excessive heat, the way your hands keep clenching, the fact that you're still fighting to breathe normally. I study his face, noting the tension around his eyes. These aren't normal reactions, Nick. This isn't just anger or stress.
It's nothing I can't handle.
Can't you see what's happening? My voice carries gentle urgency. The way your power spikes when you're emotional, how close to the surface your dragon sits when you're upset, these are the early signs. His jaw tightens defensively.
Early signs of what?
A curse. I let the words settle between us like a stone dropped into still water. He goes, very still.
You think I'm...
I think you're fighting something that grows stronger every time you try to suppress it, I say carefully. His expression flickers. Recognition, perhaps, or fear.
You speak about the curse of dragon shifters losing control over their beasts. Those are just stories, Cassandra. Cautionary tales.
They're not just stories. I keep my voice gentle, but firm. Willem Draken was consumed by something the family historians called the Draken curse. Uncontrollable rage, excessive destruction, the inability to distinguish between necessary force and total annihilation. It destroyed him and everyone around him. His face goes pale.
You're saying
I'm saying you're showing the early symptoms. The suppression of your true nature, the building pressure, the way your power responds to emotional stress with devastating force. I step closer, making sure he's really hearing me. The rescue mission, Nick. What happened there? The defeat in his posture tells me everything.
I lost control.
He whispers.
I was supposed to extract Clarissa safely, but when I saw what they'd done to her, I didn't just destroy their defenses. I incinerated everything. If Kaisner hadn't pulled me back...
You would have kept burning until there was nothing left, I finish quietly. Just like Willem did. He flinches as if I've struck him.
So, what are you saying? That I'm doomed to become a monster like him?
I'm saying you have a choice Willem never had. You know what's happening before it's too late. The curse isn't inevitable, Nick. But denying it exists, suppressing your dragon nature completely, refusing to find healthy outlets for that power.
The more likely I am to hurt someone. Yes, I know.
His voice carries the weight of generations of inherited guilt.
Which is why I stay in control. Always.
Control isn't suppression, I say gently, and suppression isn't protection. You're so afraid of becoming a monster that you're denying the part of yourself that could actually help you manage it. He's quiet for a long moment, staring out the parlor's small window. When he speaks again, his voice is softer, more vulnerable.
I've read the family histories, Cassandra. The accounts of what Willem did before the end. The destruction he caused. The lives he destroyed.
He stops, shakes his head.
I won't become that. I can't.
And Clarissa? What about what you're doing to her by trying to control her choices? I pause, letting that sink in before delivering the harder truth. And Samara, your mate is taking the greatest toll of all this, isn't she? Living with someone who's constantly fighting an internal battle, never knowing when the pressure might become too much. That gets his attention. He turns back to me, something broken in his expression.
I just want to keep them safe.
I know. But safety isn't the same as imprisonment, and love isn't the same as control. I think of my own struggles with Gavriel's binding, the way care can become cage when taken too far. Clarissa is not a child anymore. She's a grown woman who's faced real danger and survived. Maybe it's time to trust her judgment, Nick.
Even when her judgment leads her to someone like Keisner?
Especially then. I pause, choosing my words carefully. You called him a monster. But I've watched them together, seen how he looks at her, how he protects her. Whatever darkness exists in Keisner's past, his love for your sister is real. Isn't that what matters? Nicholas is quiet for a long time, the fight going out of him like air from a deflating balloon. When he finally speaks, his voice is barely a whisper.
I don't know how to let go.
The admission breaks my heart. This powerful dragon prince, so competent in every other aspect of his life, reduced to helplessness by his love for his sister and his fear of his nature. You don't have to let go, I tell him. You just have to let her choose her own path. And you have to trust that the love you've shown her taught her how to recognize the real thing when she finds it. A soft knock at the door interrupts us. Samara's voice comes through the wood, gentle but concerned.
Nick, is everything all right?
He closes his eyes, and some of the tension leaves his shoulders.
Come in, baby.
Samara enters, her Ursa grace made manifest in every movement. She takes one look at Nicholas' face and moves to his side, her hand finding his. I watch some of his agitation fade at her touch. She's his anchor, the one person who can reach him when the curse threatens to take over.
How bad this time?
She asks quietly, not needing details to understand what's happening.
Getting there.
He admits.
I need to get out of here. Before I do something I'll regret.
Samara nods, already mentally organizing their response, but she looks at me over his head, a question in her eyes. He needs space, I say quietly, understanding what she's asking without words. Time to breathe, away from all of this. Your presence helps him find his center when everything else feels like chaos. She nods, her hand already moving to his arm. There's a quiet spot in the Eastern Gardens, I suggest. Sometimes the old magic there helps. Nicholas looks between us, some of his pride warring with the practical need for what we're proposing. Finally, he nods.
What about Clarissa?
He asks. Give her time, I advise. And when you're ready, when you're more in control, talk to her. Really talk, not argue. Listen to what she's trying to tell you about Keisner, about her choices. You might be surprised by what you learn. He nods again, though I can see the doubt in his eyes. As they prepare to leave, I touch his arm gently. Nick, the curse doesn't make you a monster, but denying who you are might. I pause, letting that sink in. Your forefathers' mistakes don't have to be yours. You get to choose what kind of dragon you become. Something shifts in his expression. Not quite hope, but maybe the beginning of it. He and Samara leave quietly, slipping out through the manor's side entrance to avoid another confrontation with Clarissa. I return to the blue salon to find Keisner and Clarissa sitting close together on the settee, her head on his shoulder, his arms wrapped protectively around her. They look up as I enter, twin expressions of concern on their faces.
Is he all right?
Clarissa asks, though her voice carries the particular hurt that comes from family wounds. He will be, I say, settling into the chair across from them. He's struggling. The confrontation here was just a symptom of a much larger issue. Keisner's expression grows thoughtful.
The Draken curse. I've heard stories, but I thought they were exaggerations.
Clearly they're not.
Clarissa's voice is quiet, tears threatening.
I know he loves me. I know he's trying to protect me. But I can't live my life in the cage he thinks will keep me safe.
You shouldn't have to, I assure her, and deep down, he knows that. It's going to take time for him to work through his fears, both about the curse and about losing you, but I hope, that today might have been the wake-up call he needed. We sit in comfortable silence for a moment, processing the emotional wreckage of the afternoon. Finally, Keisner speaks.
What happens now?
Now we give Nick space, I say, and we give Clarissa the freedom to live her life, make her choices, build her relationship with you. I look directly at Keisner. But that also means you need to understand what you've taken on. The union of two dragon families isn't just personal, it's political. Everything you do reflects on her, and by extension, on both your houses.
I understand that,
He says seriously.
and I'm prepared for it. I love her, Cassandra. I won't let anyone, including her brother, take that away from us.
The conviction in his voice reassures me. Whatever darkness exists in Keisner's past, his devotion to Clarissa is absolute. And perhaps that's exactly what she needs. Someone who sees her strength rather than her fragility. Someone who chooses to stand beside her rather than in front of her. Then I say, rising from my chair, that despite today's drama, this meeting accomplished exactly what it needed to. Clarissa, you've made your choice clear. Keisner, you've proven your commitment. And Nicholas has some work to do, but he'll get there. I move to the window, watching the afternoon light shift toward evening. Now, if you'll excuse me for a moment, I need to check on the others. Everyone's arrived, and I should ensure they're settled before we begin the actual meeting. Keisner's brow furrows slightly.
The others?
The Alexiev clan, I say, turning back to face them. All of them. I've summoned them here tonight. I catch Clarissa's knowing look. She understands the significance of tonight's gathering, even if she doesn't know all the details.
What are we actually walking into?
Keisner asks quietly. I allow myself a small smile, though there's no humor in it. A miracle, if the gods are merciful. And if not, my hand drifts unconsciously to my stomach. Well, let's hope they are. The game of power and alliances grows more complex by the day, but tonight, if my gamble pays off, I won't just be a player anymore. Tonight, I become the one who rewrites the rules entirely. Chapter 14. Cassandra. The wall clock's steady tick echoes through my study like a countdown to judgment. I glance at it again, nearly 8 o'clock, and my heart pounds against my ribs with such force I fear it might wake the child growing within me. My hand trembles as I reach for the water glass on my desk, but my throat feels too tight to swallow. This has to go perfectly. Too much depends on this evening's revelations, and the Ursa clan is not a family to be trifled with. I've summoned them all, the entire royal bloodline. My future and my child's hang from the most delicate thread, and only the gods know what fate awaits us beyond tonight. Get a grip, Cassandra, I whisper, setting down the glass. My hand drifts to the slight curve of my belly, hidden beneath my carefully chosen dress. We're not alone in this, little one. Everything is going to work out, as it should. A knock at the door interrupts my moment of doubt. Yes? Everyone is ready, mademoiselle. Jean announces from the doorway. I press my lips together, tasting the remnants of nerves. Show them in, please. Rising from my chair, I clasp my hands before me in the gesture I've observed grandmother use countless times, a position of composed authority that I pray I can maintain through what's to come. The sound of firm, determined footsteps echoes down the corridor. Gavriel appears first in the doorway, impeccable in his bespoke dark suit and that infamous black furred coat, a trophy from some long-dead enemy. The sight of it makes my stomach lurch, though whether from revulsion or pregnancy, I cannot say.
Princessa.
He greets me, his voice carrying that familiar purr of confidence and restrained power. Gavriel, I reply, my voice steadier than I feel. Thank you for coming. Vladimir follows 2 respectful steps behind his brother, silver fire glinting in his eyes. The wolf shifter's presence fills the room with a different kind of authority, quieter than Gavriel's, but no less formidable.
Cassandra,
He says with a slight bow. I move around the desk to join them in the sitting area. Please, make yourselves comfortable. I gesture toward the black Chesterfield sofa, proud that my demeanor betrays none of my inner turmoil. The door creaks wider as the youngest Alexiv crosses the threshold. Samara enters with a grace akin to her bloodline, her dark beauty commanding attention even in this room of powers. But she's alone. Nicolas must still be in the gardens, collecting himself after the earlier confrontation with his sister. Welcome, Samara, I say with genuine warmth. She nods, settling beside Vladimir while Gavriel remains standing, shoulders squared, posture perfect, every inch the commanding presence that has kept his clan unified for decades. He removes his coat with elegance, draping it over the nearby armchair.
Where is Juliet?
He asks, adjusting his diamond cufflinks with offhanded elegance. Away on holiday, I reply, managing a small smile. Her first in centuries.
And the others? I realize we're not the only supernatural presence in the manor tonight.
My pulse quickens, but I keep my expression neutral. For what I am about to reveal, witnesses seemed appropriate. I point toward the silver tray John has prepared, gold-lined beluga vodka with crystal glasses and a side of caviar. May I offer you refreshment? I'm told this particular vintage holds pleasant memories. Gavriel's maroon eyes fix on the bottle, then shift to study my face with unsettling intensity. Something calculating moves behind his gaze.
Don't mind if I do.
Samara says, reaching for a glass. Vladimir shifts toward her with the hint of a warning, but Gavriel's quiet growl of
Samara.
stops her hand mid-reach. She withdraws gracefully, though I catch the flash of rebellion in her dark eyes. Before the tension can settle, another presence fills the doorway. Keisner enters first, his commanding energy unmistakable even in silence, with Clarissa at his side. Their arrival shifts the room's dynamics. 2 more witnesses to whatever is about to unfold.
Keisner. Clarissa.
Gavriel's acknowledgement is cool but respectful. The political significance of having a Dragon King in attendance not lost on him. Keisner inclines his head in response, while Clarissa offers me a subtle nod, her seer's eyes already glinting with curiosity about what she might be perceiving. Samara brightens at the sight of Clarissa, though she remains seated beside Vladimir.
this is very thoughtful, Cassandra.
Vladimir says, his tone diplomatically neutral.
But why exactly are we here?
His silver gaze attempts to pierce my carefully guarded thoughts, but I've prepared for this. My mental shields hold firm. The study door opens, and Nicolas enters. His dragonfire is more controlled now, banked but still smoldering beneath the surface. He moves to stand beside Keisner, and though tension ripples between the 2 dragon alphas, they maintain a careful distance. Samara's eyes track Nicolas's every movement, concern etched in the slight furrow of her brow. I can sense her desire to go to him, to stand at his side, but protocol holds her back. Without a mating bond or brand, she remains seated with her brothers, an Ursa princess first, despite where her heart may lie. Dragons stand with dragons, even when their territories clash. Before I can begin, another arrival draws everyone's attention. Juliet sweeps into the room with Ivan at her side, both dressed for travel. My grandmother's amethyst eyes find mine immediately, and I see the question there. Did you think I would miss this? Juliet, I say, unable to keep the surprise from my voice. I thought you were on your way to Provence.
We were.
Ivan confirms, his darkened eyes taking in the assembled, supernatural elite with interest.
But when she asked me to turn the car around, I couldn't agree more.
My granddaughter's first true assembly, Juliet says simply, moving to stand beside me in a gesture of unmistakable support. Did you truly think I would be away at such a moment? Her hand finds mine, squeezing gently. My eyes brim with tears, and I blink rapidly, struggling to maintain my composure. I nod, not trusting my voice for a moment. Grandmother's presence here, her faith in me, her recognition of what I'm attempting, means more than she could possibly know. After weeks of feeling like a pawn in everyone else's games, to have her stand beside me as I risk it all in one ultimate gamble. I squeeze her hand back, drawing strength from the ancient power that flows through our shared bloodline. I glance at the clock once more. The moment has arrived. Thank you all for coming on such short notice, I begin, my voice steady despite the racing of my heart. Gavriel's maroon eyes hold mine with unwavering certainty.
When you summoned us, I knew the time had come.
He glances at Vladimir with satisfaction before turning back to me.
We're here to set the date for our wedding, to make our union official before the supernatural community.
Vladimir leans forward slightly, his silver eyes watching me with careful interest.
Imbolc approaches, the perfect occasion for an announcement, if that's what you're considering. New beginnings, the first stirrings of spring.
I agree.
Gavriel continues, his voice taking on that purr of satisfaction.
Imbolc is perfect. The sooner we formalize our union, the better, the strengthening of our bloodlines.
Gavriel, I interrupt gently, raising a hand. That's not why I called you here tonight. He frowns, confusion replacing confidence. The room falls silent, tension stretching like a drawn bowstring. Very well. I suppose it's time. I pause, gathering every ounce of composure my bloodline has bred into me. We've had our differences these past weeks, Gavriel. Our quarrels. But I'm hoping there's another way forward. I move to position myself before grandmother's imposing desk, centuries of Deveraux authority at my back. Consider this a peace offering. Proof that I understand what truly matters to you and that our alliance deserves a better foundation than the one we've had.
Cassandra.
Gavriel begins, his confusion deepening, suspicion flickering in his maroon eyes.
What are you talking about? What peace offering could possibly...
Gavriel.
The soft voice speaks from behind him, and the effect is immediate. The Ursa King freezes as if turned to stone, his stern expression slowly transforming as recognition wars with disbelief. His eyes glimmer with approaching tears, fear and anticipation battling for dominance in his gaze.
Luciana,
Samara cries, her sweet voice breaking as tears pool in her eyes. Vladimir rises slowly, his usual composure cracking into pure awe as he stares at the doorway where the beautiful blonde stands waiting. Her cheeks burn with emotion, her lips pressed together as she struggles to contain the flood of feelings overwhelming her. Gavriel turns with agonizing slowness, half in dread, half in desperate hope. The moment his eyes meet those of his beloved lost mate, all strength abandons him. The mighty Ursa King crashes to his knees on the Persian rug, and the first tears finally fall.
What magic is this?
He breathes, his voice cracking with months of held-back sorrow. I move closer, emotion constricting my throat. It is no magic of mine. I assure him gently. She's real, Gavriel. Luciana is here. The bond between them blazes to life in my witch's sight, a radiant golden thread of destiny that death itself could not sever, now restored to its full, incandescent glory.
I've dreamed of this for so long.
He whispers, the words torn from his very soul.
Day and night, every waking moment. Not a moon has risen that I have not suffered your absence. Not a dawn has broken without the cruelty of losing you crushing my chest.
His voice breaks completely.
I have died 1,000 deaths in your place, my love. 1,000 times and more.
Gavriel.
Luciana sobs, rushing to his side. She drops to her knees before him, her arms wrapping around his massive frame as their foreheads touch. Quiet laughter mingles with tears of joy as painful months of separation dissolve in an instant.
Oh, my darling.
Gavriel sighs, his large hands cupping the sides of Luciana's angelic face as he fills his gaze with her impossible presence.
We should leave them.
Vladimir suggests quietly, his voice rough with emotion as he guides us toward the doorway.
Vlad?
Luciana calls softly, doe eyes angling upwards from Gavriel's embrace.
You never backed down. Even when you should have.
Vladimir freezes. His silver eyes give a subtle glint, his expression twisting a fraction with noticeable ache. His lips part to speak, but he hesitates, pursing them shut as he nods gravely. A hand settles protectively on Samara's shoulder as we move towards the adjoining parlor.
Welcome back.
Clarissa says softly, tears glistening in her seer's eyes. Keisner's arm slips protectively around her waist, and I notice the understanding that passes between him and Gavriel, both men who know what it means to love against all odds. Behind them, Nicholas stands with unusual stillness, his dragon fire tempered by what he's witnessing. Samara moves to his side, and he sweeps her into a comforting embrace.
I'm here, little bear.
He whispers against her hair. The Alexiv princess and the last Drachenshifter, another impossible love that somehow found its way.
The world is changing.
Keisner observes, his voice stern, knowing.
Old magic returning, ancient bonds reformed.
His dark eyes meet mine briefly.
Perhaps it's time we all remembered what matters most.
Once gathered in the blue salon, voices rise in discussion. Vladimir questioning the implications of resurrection magic, Nicholas demanding to know what this means for the supernatural balance, Samara torn between joy for her brother and concern about the price paid. Meanwhile, in the study, oblivious to the ongoing commotion, Gavriel holds Luciana tightly, as if she might vanish from his grip otherwise, murmuring promises in Russian that make her violet eyes shimmer with tears. Eventually, the assembly disperses. Nicholas lingers in the doorway, watching as Samara leaves with Vladimir. The longing in his expression is almost painful to witness. Two people drawn together but kept apart by politics and protocol. When her car pulls away, he finally moves, slipping into his Bugatti alone, his dragonfire carefully banked, but his heartache barely contained. Soon, only Keisner and Clarissa remain in the adjoining parlor, speaking in hushed tones. I linger like a ghost in my own manor, suddenly exhausted, the significance of these events finally weighing me down. My hand drifts to my stomach, and I face the door, set to retreat to my chambers. But then, from the doorway, I watch Gavriel help Luciana to her feet, neither willing to release the other even for a moment. His glistening eyes find mine over her shoulder, and a smile of pure gratitude transforms his face. This is a man I have never seen. The cruel bear king who bound me last Yule, shattered and remade by grief, is gone. And as that grief loosens, like a spell breaking, the man he was before loss claimed him emerges. A beautiful, almost heartbreaking sight to behold.
Cassandra.
He says, approaching with Luciana at his side, their fingers intertwined.
My loyalty and friendship are forever yours.
I'm glad to witness happiness restored to you at last, I reply, emotion choking the words. That's what we all seek, isn't it? Love and joy.
I wish the same for you,
He says earnestly.
with whomever fate has chosen.
It's Dristan, I answer without hesitation. There can be no one else for me.
May the gods bless your union with the vampire, then.
His smile carries genuine warmth. After a breath, he adds,
Surely you must know. I never meant to hurt you.
I know. I turn toward the door, ready to give them privacy.
Cassandra,
His voice stops me. I turn back. Yes?
however you managed this,
He begins carefully.
there will be consequences. And whatever they may be, know that you won't face them alone.
A shiver runs down my spine as he raises his hand. The binding bracelet on my wrist blazes with sudden golden light, its intricate runes flaring brilliant white as ancient magic begins to unravel. Power courses through me instantly. Heat floods my veins like molten gold, replacing the constant chill of his binding. My magic rushes back in a tide I'd forgotten existed, making me gasp with the sudden intensity. With a sound like breaking crystal, hairline fractures appear in the metal. They spread rapidly, a web of light dismantling what was meant to be unbreakable. The bracelet shatters, dissolving into golden motes that sparkle briefly before fading to nothing. My wrist feels impossibly light, free.
Let this mark a new beginning.
Gavriel says softly, pressing a kiss to Luciana's temple.
One built on trust, rather than chains.
Relief makes me dizzy. Or perhaps it's the sudden return of my full magical strength. I smile, meaning it completely for the first time in weeks. This moment changes everything between our families. No more forced bonds, no more political marriages. Just the possibility of a true alliance built on mutual respect. At last, I am free. Free to follow my heart. Free to find my stubborn, beloved vampire. Free to love Dristan as he deserves to be loved. Chapter 15. Cassandra. My feet drag against the polished marble floor as I reach my bedroom door. Every muscle in my body screams for rest, for oblivion, for anything that might ease the bone-deep exhaustion settling into my being. Tonight was overwhelming, mediating between two of the most stubborn dragon clans in existence. Yes, but that was only part of it. The real strain comes from Luciana's unexpected return, from watching Gavriel break down in grateful tears, from the shattering of the forced bond that had chained me for months. The emotional toll of orchestrating resurrection magic, of gambling everything on shadow bargains and desperate hope, has finally caught up with me. On any other night, I might have sought Juliet's counsel. Her centuries of experience navigating supernatural politics have recently become my guide. But at my insistence, she's away with Ivan, finally claiming the romance that was stolen from them so long ago. The thought of them together brings a bittersweet smile to my lips as I turn the brass doorknob. After centuries of separation, forced apart by the Deveraux tradition of arranged marriages, they deserve this time. Ivan has swept her away to his villa in Provence, promising wine-soaked sunsets and moonlit walks through lavender fields. Ma chérie, she'd said to me before leaving, her eyes sparkling with a youth I'd never seen in them before. Love is patient enough to wait for its moment. Sometimes it takes centuries. Never lose hope. I don't bother with the lights. The silvery wash of moonlight streaming through the tall windows provides enough illumination to navigate by. Besides, darkness has become a familiar friend these past months. The events of the day replay in my mind, like some terrible theater production I can't stop watching. Nicholas Draken's voice still rings in my ears, his accusations cutting through with all the subtlety of a thunderclap. "The Drakensteins seek to undermine centuries of tradition," he'd bellowed, golden scales rippling beneath his skin in barely contained rage. Even now, hours later, I perceive the crackle of his power in the air, the way it had made my witch's senses hum with warning. Keisner had maintained his composure, barely. My childhood friend has always been proud, but seeing him standing there, one hand clenched into a fist while the other held Clarissa's fingers against his heart, I'd recognized the tremendous effort it took him not to rise to the bait. Clarissa, caught between brother and lover, had looked at me with such desperate hope, as if I could somehow wave my hands and make this territorial power struggle disappear. If only magic worked that way, I think bitterly, sinking onto my bed without bothering to remove my clothes. The silk of my formal gown whispers against the duvet, a sound so soft it nearly breaks me. Everything soft reminds me of Dristan now. The gentle way he'd touch my face, the tender look in his eyes when he thought I wasn't watching. Dristan. His name echoes through the chambers of my heart like a ritual chant, both benediction and torment. The ache of his absence has become a living thing inside me. Sometimes I wonder if this emptiness might actually be another form of dark magic, eating away at my soul, one memory at a time. A cool breeze drifts through the room, stirring the gauzy curtains. The movement draws my attention to the window seat where we used to sit together, watching the moon rise over the gardens. How many nights had we spent there? His cool body pressed against mine as he told me stories of centuries past. How many times had his fingers traced patterns on my skin while he spoke of ancient wars and long-forgotten magic? The memory threatens to overwhelm me, and I press my face into the pillow, breathing in deeply. Somewhere beneath the fresh linen scent, I imagine I can still detect a trace of his unique fragrance, sandalwood and winter nights and something older than time itself. My witch's senses reach out instinctively, searching for the familiar resonance of his power, finding only emptiness. Keisner's words from earlier float back to me. He'd caught my arm after the meeting disbanded, concern etching deep lines around his eyes. "Cass," he'd said, using the childhood nickname that usually makes me smile. "What you've done, bringing someone back from death, that kind of magic exacts a price. I've seen it before, watched casters burn themselves hollow trying to channel forces that were never meant to flow through mortal vessels." His dark eyes had searched mine with ancient knowledge. "You look like you're barely holding together. When was the last time you really slept?" I couldn't answer him then, and I can't answer now. Sleep has become as elusive as peace since that cursed night when dark magic ripped Dristan from my arms. Even now, I can feel the phantom burn of that spell. Remember how it had twisted between us like thorny vines, forcing him to leave, despite my desperate attempts to fight it. My hand drifts unconsciously to my stomach, where our impossible secret grows. The irony doesn't escape me, that in the midst of losing him, we made something that defies every natural law of both our kinds, a witch and a vampire, creating life instead of death. Exhaustion pulls at me like quicksand, and I feel myself sliding toward that hazy space between waking and dreaming. It's always dangerous here. This is where my mind plays its cruelest tricks, conjuring his presence so vividly that waking becomes a fresh torment. But I'm too tired to fight it tonight, too tired to do anything but let the darkness take me. The subtle shift in weight at the foot of my bed sends awareness shooting through my body like lightning. My heart stutters, then freezes completely. This is different from my usual dreams. More solid, more real. My eyes flutter open, and the sight before me steals what little breath I have left. Dristan sits at the edge of my bed, still as only an immortal can be. The moonlight spilling through the windows illuminates his hair. Dark ash blonde gleaming gold in the low light, longer on top and swept back in textured waves that fall with careless perfection. The close-cropped sides sharpen the contrast, making the wild crown seem untamed. Like him, always too fierce to be caged. Stubble shadows his strong jaw and his lips. Gods, I remember those lips. The way they claimed me, the way they softened when he let his guard fall. But it's his eyes that undo me. Hazel in daylight, they glow molten amber beneath the moon, burning with a warmth I thought grief had extinguished forever. Once cold and merciless, they now hold something unbearably human, something that threatens to unravel me with a single look. He's wearing his usual jeans and that worn leather biker jacket falling around him with effortless command. Not as a fierce predator, but as a man stripped bare by loss and slowly becoming himself again. Even from here, I catch his scent, that intoxicating combination that's uniquely him. I hardly dare breathe. He looks too impossible to be real, as though one blink will shatter the vision. Yet here he is, my estranged lover, returned to me in the moonlight, and oh, it's a beautiful sight. Almost too beautiful to bear. Dristan, I whisper, his name a prayer in the darkness. I'm afraid to blink, terrified that he'll disappear like morning mist if I move too suddenly. But then he reaches out, and the cool brush of his fingers against my cheek as he tucks away a stray lock of hair is so achingly familiar that tears spring to my eyes.
I'm here.
He whispers back, those two words heavy with a devotion that spans lifetimes, silently saying, I love you. As long as life beats in my cursed heart, I will never again leave you. He moves with that feline grace that never fails to captivate me, sliding onto the bed until we're lying face to face. This close, I can see every detail of his immortal features, the slight curve of his lips, the faint shimmer of power in his eyes, the way his hair falls across his forehead in perfect disarray. Without conscious thought, I reach out to touch his face, needing to convince myself that he's real. The sob that tears from my throat surprises us both. I curl into him instinctively, pressing my face against his chest as tears begin to fall in earnest. His arms wrap around me immediately, strong and sure, and the familiar scent of him fills my senses. He feels exactly as I remember, cool to the touch, but somehow radiating comfort and safety. It was a curse, I managed to say between sobs, my fingers clutching at his shirt. A dark spell that drove you away from me. The words taste like ash in my mouth, bitter from remembering that terrible night.
I know.
He says, his arms tightening around me protectively.
It's over now, and I'm back to you, for good.
There's steel in his voice, an immortal's vow that spans eternity. His lips find mine in the darkness, and the kiss is everything I've been dreaming of for months. Gentle at first, almost reverential, but quickly deepens into something more desperate, more hungry. I pour all my loneliness, all my fear and hope and love into that kiss, and feel him doing the same. His hand cups the back of my head, fingers tangling in my hair, while mine trace the familiar contours of his face, his shoulders, his back, recommitting every detail to memory. When we finally break apart, I'm breathless and trembling. The reality of his return crashes over me anew, and suddenly, everything I need to say comes rushing forward. There's something I must tell you, I manage, nerves suddenly dancing through my veins like sparks of wild magic. He waits with immortal patience while I gather my courage, his amber eyes never leaving my face. Those eyes that have seen centuries pass, that have witnessed the rise and fall of empires, now focus on me with such complete attention that it makes my heart race. We're having a baby, I finally whisper, the words hanging in the air between us like stars. I know it sounds crazy, impossible even, but His hand glides along my jaw with gentle tenderness, cutting off my worried rambling. In the moonlight, I see tears rimming his ancient eyes, but there's something else there too, something that looks suspiciously like foreknowledge. "You knew," I breathe, caught between a laugh and a sob as fresh tears spill down my cheeks. Wonder and realization dawn simultaneously. But how? The silence stretches between us for one perfect moment before we both speak. Ivan
never keeps a thing to himself.
Dristan adds, and the affection in his voice for his son in darkness makes me laugh through my tears. His smile in response is radiant, transforming his ethereal features into something almost human in its joy. He kisses me again, and this one tastes different, like promises and futures and hope restored. His hand drifts down to rest against my stomach, cool palm pressing gently against the place where our miracle grows.
I felt it. Even through the curse, even across the distance. I felt our magic combine to create something new, something that shouldn't be possible.
Unfathomable wonder permeates each word. Our magic. The realization washes over me like dawn breaking after the longest night. What we've created defies every natural law, every boundary between life and death that has governed our kind for millennia. Vampire magic is cold, ancient, tied to preservation and stasis, the power to stop time, to halt decay, to freeze moments in eternal perfection. Witch magic burns bright and wild, rooted in growth and change, in the endless cycle of creation and destruction that drives the natural world. They should repel each other like opposing magnets. Fire and ice, death and life, shadow and flame. Instead, they dance. I can feel it now, with his hand pressed against my stomach. The way his immortal power wraps around mine like silver threads through golden silk. The child growing within me pulses with both energies, a living bridge between worlds that were never meant to touch. Where vampire magic seeks to preserve, witch magic seeks to transform. And somehow, our little miracle has found harmony between those opposing forces. His thumb traces gentle circles over the curve of my belly, and even at this early stage, I can sense the child responding to his touch, not with fear or rejection, but with recognition. The life I carry knows its father's magic, as well as its mother's. The covens will call it an abomination, I say quietly, voicing for the first time the fear that's haunted me since I realized what was growing inside me. A hybrid that shouldn't exist.
Let them.
His voice carries the steel of centuries, the authority of a vampire ancient enough to remember when the world was young.
They called our love impossible too. They were wrong then, and they're wrong now.
I think of the prophecies hidden in our oldest grimoires, the texts that speak of a child born between worlds, not vampire, not witch, but something entirely new. The scholars always assumed those passages were metaphorical, symbolic of the eventual unity between supernatural factions. None of them imagined the prophecies might be literal. What if they're right to fear it? I ask, sharing the doubt that keeps me awake at night. What if we've created something too powerful, too dangerous? The magical readings alone are unlike anything I've ever encountered. This child will be born with access to both our natures, both our strengths.
And both our capacity for love.
Dristan interrupts gently.
Don't forget that, my darling. Power without love is what creates monsters. Power, guided by love, creates miracles.
He shifts beside me, propping himself up on one elbow so he can look directly into my eyes. In the moonlight, his features seem carved from marble, beautiful and eternal, and utterly devoted.
Our child will be extraordinary, yes, powerful beyond measure. but they will also be loved beyond measure, by us, by this strange family we're building, by everyone who understands that some magic is worth any risk.
I cover his hand with mine, marveling at how right this feels, though it shouldn't. The vampire elders will demand examination. Testing. They'll want to study our child like a specimen.
Over my dead body.
The words carry the promise of violence, the protective instinct of a father who would burn the world before allowing harm to come to his offspring.
No one touches our child without our permission. No one studies them, experiments on them, or treats them as anything other than the miracle they are.
The conviction in his voice soothes something deep inside me, the maternal protectiveness that has grown stronger with each passing day. No matter what enemies our love has created, no matter the battles to come, I know I will not face them alone. I love you, I whisper, the words carrying all the weight of destiny, all the power of magic that chose to create life instead of death.
And I love you,
he replies, pressing a kiss to my temple.
both of you, always.
I lace my fingers through his, claiming this moment, this miracle, this love that breaks every rule. Stay with me tonight? I ask, suddenly unwilling to let him out of my sight for even a moment. His response is to pull me closer, tucking my head beneath his chin.
I'll stay for all the nights to come, if you will have me.
He promises, the conviction of eternity resounding in his words. I will have you, I choke out as I nod. Tonight and every night of my life that follows.
No curse, no magic. Nothing in this world or any other will ever separate us again, my love.
He vows. I believe him. Despite everything we've endured, despite the political chaos still raging outside these walls, despite the impossibility of our situation, I believe him completely. Because that's what Dristan and I do best. We defy the impossible. We rewrite ancient laws. We create our own magic. And now, safe in his arms with our miracle growing between us, I finally let myself relax into true sleep for the first time in months. Tomorrow will bring its own challenges. Dragon politics, clan rivalries, the questions and consequences of Dristan's return. But tonight, in this moment, everything is perfect.
Chapter 16. Ivan. The Deveraux Gardens have always held a particular magic at twilight. That liminal hour when day surrenders to night, and the ancient powers stirring beneath manicured lawns grow bold enough to show themselves. I stand among the roses, their thorns glinting like tiny daggers in the dying light, and reflect on how much has changed in the week since we left for Provence. Behind me, Deveraux Manor glows with warm light spilling from every window. Our return this evening was meant to be quiet, unannounced, but the moment our car pulled through the gates, I sensed the shift in the manor's energy. Something has changed. Something significant. Inside, I can hear the soft murmur of conversation, the gentle laughter that speaks of healing hearts. From Cassandra's chambers above, Dristan's voice drifts through the open windows, low and reverent as he speaks to someone. Or something, with a tenderness I've never heard from my maker. The last time I saw him was the night of Luciana's return. The manor had been in chaos, dragons arguing politics, Gavriel locked away with his resurrected mate, Cassandra, finally free of her binding. In the aftermath of all that tumult, I'd found Dristan standing in this very garden, staring up at Cassandra's darkened windows with an expression of such longing it had stopped me cold. The shock of seeing him there, my maker, who'd vanished months ago without explanation, leaving a void that still ached, had ignited something bitter in my chest. Well, I'd said, my voice sharp enough to cut. Look who decided to grace us with his presence. Should I prepare a feast, roll out a red carpet, or do millinery makers just drop in and out whenever the mood strikes them? He'd turned those amber eyes on me, and I'd seen my own pain reflected there. Ivan, save it. I'd crossed my arms, channeling my hurt into cold sarcasm. Let me guess, you were busy? Detained by urgent vampire business? Or perhaps you simply forgot you had a fledgling who might have appreciated some warning before you disappeared into the night like smoke. Something's changed, he'd told me, his voice rough with wonder and confusion. I can feel it, her magic calling to me. Not just calling Ivan, pulling, like a tide I cannot resist. The words had tumbled out before I could stop them, sharp and cryptic. I'm sure it's more than that. Dristan's gaze had locked onto mine with laser focus. What do you mean? What more could it be? I'd hesitated, knowing what I was about to reveal would change everything. But he deserved to know. Your child, I'd said quietly. It's your unborn child calling to you. Cassandra is pregnant, Dristan. He'd staggered back a step, centuries of composure shattering in an instant. That's impossible. Vampires can't. And yet, I'd watched the emotions play across his face. Shock, disbelief, wonder, terror, and finally, fierce protectiveness. Juliet cast a spell, a fertility spell meant for me. But her magic has been unstable since her return. The spell ricocheted, went to Cassandra instead. Their magics tangled together, and I gestured helplessly. A miracle, an impossibility, but it's real. For a long moment he just stood there, one hand pressed to his chest, as if feeling for a heartbeat that hadn't existed in millennia. Then his eyes had found mine again, and I'd glimpsed something there I'd never witnessed in my maker. Raw, unfiltered vulnerability. I have to go to her, he'd breathed. Ivan, I feel it now. Not just her magic, but the child. Our child. It's like a beacon, pulling me home. Then go, I'd said. I'm taking Juliet to Provence for a few weeks. That should give you both the privacy you need. He'd gripped my shoulder then, the gesture both a benediction and a burden. If something happens, if whatever's been holding me back finds a way to trap me again, you must protect them. Both of them. Promise me. I'd promised, of course. What else could I do? Take Juliet to Provence, he'd said, his voice softening with something that looked almost like hope. You've both waited long enough. So we'd left that very night, Juliet and I, slipping away to my villa in Provence, while the manor settled from the evening's upheavals. 3 weeks of memorable sunsets and moonlit walks through lavender fields. 3 weeks of finally claiming the romance that had been denied us for so long. And now we've returned to find Dristan's voice drifting from Cassandra's chambers, speaking with such tenderness, it could only mean one thing. He truly made it back to her. He stayed. Relief floods through me. He's here, with her, with their child. The beacon that called him home held strong enough to keep him anchored. And beneath that relief lives something more selfish, the knowledge that I have my maker back. My father, in darkness. After months of walking alone, of rebuilding my existence without his guidance, I'd forgotten how much I missed, simply knowing he was there. Now, once again, we'll share the night, and that can only be a good thing. The Bear King and his fated mate are long gone now, returned to their Parisian manor to navigate their miraculous reunion in private. Word of her return will inevitably spread, is probably already spreading through the supernatural networks like wildfire. A witch powerful enough to tear someone from death's grasp, to resurrect what should remain forever lost. Soon everyone and their mother will know Cassandra Deveraux' name. It will echo through every coven, every clan, every court. They'll whisper it with equal parts awe and fear. A true heiress of her bloodline, they'll say. And they'll be right. Ah, but what a price that miracle demanded. I know enough of ancient magic to recognize the marks it leaves behind. I saw them that night in Luciana's eyes, the violet tinge that betrays shadow bargains. The way darkness seemed drawn to Cassandra like iron to a lodestone. Kellum, a name that makes even my ancient blood run cold. The shadow being who grants wishes, while weaving webs of obligation that span centuries. Whatever bargain Cassandra struck to return Luciana, whatever power she invoked, has surely left its claim upon her soul. Still, watching Dristan and Cassie reunited, I cannot bring myself to regret what was done. Some loves are worth any price, after all. Footsteps on gravel announce another presence in the garden. I turned to find Juliet approaching, her red hair catching the last rays of sunlight like captured fire. Our romantic getaway has restored something vital to her. A lightness that makes her appear decades younger. A contentment that reveals long-denied desires finally fulfilled. "Brooding among the roses, mon cœur?" she asks, slipping her arm through mine. "How very vampire of you." "I prefer contemplating to brooding," I reply, pressing a kiss to her temple. "Though I admit the roses do provide an appropriately dramatic atmosphere." She laughs, the sound like crystal bells in the evening air. "And what philosophical insights have the flowers provided?" "That we've returned to a manor transformed." I gesture toward the windows above. Dristan is here. He came home to her at last. Her amethyst eyes widen with joy. "When?" "For a while now. But listen." I tilt my head toward Cassandra's window, where my maker's voice continues its gentle murmuring. He's speaking to the child. To both of them. Juliet's hand tightens on my arm, and I catch the shimmer of tears in her eyes. After all this time, after everything they've endured. They found their way back to each other, I finish. As we all have. Each of us bound by threads stronger than any spell, each carrying prices that would destroy weaker souls, but we chose to pay those prices gladly. "Because love demands such sacrifices," I murmur. She turns to face me fully, her expression growing serious. "Do you regret it?" What we found together, the vulnerability it creates, the complications it brings. The question stops me cold. Images flash through my mind. Centuries of separation, the ache of wanting what I couldn't have. Then I think of these past weeks in Provence, waking beside her each dawn, sharing wine-soaked sunsets and whispered confessions in lavender-scented darkness. No, I admit, the word torn from some deep place in my chest. I regret the time we lost, the years we spent apart. But this, what we have now. I cup her face in my hands, marveling at the warmth of her skin. I would pay any price for this. Her smile in response is radiant, though something flickers in her eyes, a shadow of old secrets perhaps, or memories of sacrifices I can't imagine. Not a shadow. I see it clearly now, in the fading twilight, the violet hue that wasn't there centuries ago, the same mark I saw in Luciana's eyes when she returned from death. This shade, it wasn't from the car crash, as Juliet once claimed. It's the signature of a particular type of bargain, the kind that binds souls to shadow powers. The realization settles over me like ice water, questions forming and multiplying in my mind. But I push them aside, letting them drift away into the gathering darkness. Blood and bargains can wait. Tonight is for love, for reunion, for the fragile happiness we've all fought so hard to claim. That conversation can come another time. "Then you understand," she says simply. "Love isn't a curse, Ivan. It's a choice. The most terrifying, wonderful choice we can make. She's right, of course. She usually is. I think of all the couples who've fought their way to happiness these past months. Not victims of love's cruel demands, but victors in battles against convention, duty, and fear. Dristan and Cassandra, creating life from death and starlight. Kaisner and Clarissa, forging strength from chaos and dragonfire. Gavriel and Luciana, proving that some bonds transcend even mortality itself. And Juliet and me, finally, defiantly, together. The future rushes toward us like a storm on the horizon. Vampire purges, dragon wars, the price of resurrection magic coming due. Kellam's shadow grows longer with each passing day, and somewhere in the darkness, ancient enemies sharpen their claws for battles yet to come. But tonight, in this garden where magic runs deep and love has found its way past every obstacle, I choose hope over fear. Whatever prices await us, whatever sacrifices love demands, we have each other. And perhaps that's armor enough. "Come," Juliet says, tugging gently at my arm. "Let's go inside." "Not yet," I murmur, pulling her closer. "Let them have this moment. We have time, because that's the gift we've all been given, isn't it? Time. Time to love, time to heal, time to build something beautiful from the ashes of everything we've survived. Love, I've discovered, is the most dangerous magic of all. and dangerous though it may be, it's the only magic powerful enough to rewrite fate itself. Sometimes it takes centuries, but it's always worth the wait. Welcome back, Darklings. We've journeyed together through that fateful evening when the impossible walked among us. You've witnessed the bargains struck, the souls reclaimed, the debts written in shadow and blood. You've followed us through this dark romance, watched as love, that most dangerous of magics, claimed each of us in turn. Seen us stumble, fall, break, and somehow piece ourselves back together into something stronger than before. I imagine you're wondering what comes next, what prices we'll pay for these unnatural victories. Let me tell you what I see as I stand here between darkness and light, between the garden where questions bloomed and the manor where answers wait. Inside these walls, my maker has finally come home. Dristan, my father in darkness, speaks to an unborn child as if he's discovered the true meaning of eternity. The vampire covens will whisper of purges soon enough. They'll call that child an abomination, demand investigations, threaten exile or worse. But you should see his face when he touches Cassandra's stomach. Tell me love makes us weak, and I'll show you a vampire who would burn the world to ash before allowing harm to come to his family. Somewhere beyond these gardens, Kaisner and Clarissa face dragon politics that would make lesser souls crumble. Their love forged in fire and defiance, sealed by dragon flame, tested by a brother's fury. The last Drakenshifter cannot accept his sister's choice. Not fully, not yet. Make no mistake, Darklings. Blood will be spilled before that story ends. I can taste it like copper on the icy wind. In their Parisian lair, the Ursa King clings to his resurrected mate as if she might otherwise dissolve into the shadows whence she came. A year of mourning ended with a miracle that should never have been possible. But miracles. Exact. Prices. Always. The violet tinge in Luciana's eyes speaks of shadow bargains and debts that compound over time like poison in blood. Kellum, that name alone makes me shiver, even as an immortal. Here's what I haven't told you, what I can barely admit even to myself. I've spent 3 centuries protecting myself from exactly this, from caring so much that existence without the object of that care becomes meaningless. I've watched the world rise and fall, seen empires turn to dust, witnessed the death of gods themselves. But the thought of losing Juliet, that kind of ending would unmake me in ways 300 years of existence never prepared me for. The irony cuts deep. Love makes us vulnerable to loss in ways that immortality was supposed to protect us from. Yet standing here, knowing what waits in the darkness ahead, vampire purges, dragon wars, resurrection prices coming due, I wouldn't change a single moment, not one risk, not a single choice that brought us to this point. Tomorrow will test everything we've built. Some of us may not survive what's approaching. Love, for all its power, cannot shield us from every consequence. But we've learned something important. Something I need you to understand, Darklings. The most powerful magic isn't control or possession. It's the courage to let the ones we love choose their own path, even when it terrifies us. The future rushes toward us like a storm on the horizon. Ancient enemies sharpen their claws. Kellum's shadow grows longer with each passing day. Cassandra Deveraux' name will be whispered throughout the supernatural world in fear and awe. A true heiress of her lineage, powerful enough to tear souls from death itself. And that kind of power always attracts attention. The wrong kind. Watch over us, won't you? The nights ahead will test everything we believe about love and loyalty, and the prices we're willing to pay. Our story is far from over. In fact, I suspect it's only just begun. Join us in the 4th act of our macabre tale, Blood of the Ancient, where answers await beyond the veil of mysteries. Oh, and don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. These tiny deeds make my little dark heart happier than you can imagine. Until then, my darklings, yours in the darkest of times and the brightest of loves, Ivan Lockhart.